I know it's only been a few minutes, but welcome back. This stream, we will be continuing from the end of Chapter 1A. And then we'll move on to Chapter 1B. And we'll see how far we get from there. Not sure. Anyway, we just cleaned up all the side quests, I think, for the second day in Messeldam, so but I use Celus's S-Craft, so let's bathe and get some CP back.
最高だ
たまんねえな
体温上昇汗がすごいな
たまんねえなまた温まりに来な
Alright. Thank goodness things with Jed have been sorted out for the better. Don't you fret, I've taken it upon myself to raise that boy right. He's still out speaking with his friends from Sunday school. I plan on heading over to pick him up later. Be sure to drop in for a bath if you get the chance. By the way, we'll always be happy to have you. I'm sure the other people involved will have other new dialogue as well. We'll just go have a chat with them. So does that mean you're going to be living with the lady from the bathhouse now? Pretty much, yeah. I see. That's a relief. But you'd better not cause any problems for Miss Angela, okay? That means no horsing around and breaking vases like you always do. Huh? You're not the boss of me? Ah, no wonder nagging shrews like you always end up alone. Whew. Who are you calling a shrew? Calm down, you two. Just like that, the fights are on. Good to see the kid hasn't lost his moxie, though. I kind of miss seeing the two of them like this. Thanks for helping Jed out, Mr. Spriggan. I thought Jed had mellowed out after coming back, but he's already his usual self again. Still, it's kind of a relief, in more ways than one. I really am glad we asked for your help. I owe you guys big time for setting me straight. But that doesn't mean I have to just lie down and take it when these two get on my case. What I'm saying is, I've got this handled, so shut up and stay out of it, okay? I hear ya. Just make sure you do it right. Oh. The Vicar isn't there? Oh, thank you. We owe a great debt to both Arkwright Solutions and the Congregation for the Sacraments. As for Jed's custody proceedings, I will be taking care of the particulars. In addition, I intend to keep a close watch on that father of his for a while. Rest assured that we will see this matter to its rightful conclusion. It's reassuring to know that Jed's guardianship will be in trustworthy hands. If nothing else, we will do our part to ensure the road he walks from here on is a bright one. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. That extends to the Congregation for the Sacraments as well, of course. Thank you so much for guiding Jed onto the right path. Hey, I may not act it, but I'm still a sister. It was nothing, really. Heck, I probably went a little too hard on the kid. Alright, let's go to story event. Didn't realize there was a shoot here today. They weren't around when we came through earlier. Goatee's probably been moving the production here, there, and everywhere, filming things the script never called for. I swear, this happens every time he gets worked up. Makes me worry how the cast and crew are coping. Well, we've come all this way. Might as well go and say hello. Hey, you three. What new scene are you working on now? Oh, look who it is. Judith, I'm glad you asked, actually. This little snow flurry popped up at just the right time. Picture this. Antonio, the young, handsome businessman who came to Michelle's rescue, is revealed to have been the mob boss all along. And Michelle is about to fall right into his clutches. A twist like that against a backdrop like this? Phenomenal! Plus, now that you're here... Huh? I see where you're going with this, Salvatore. Putting both female leads in the scene at once will lend it a lot more impact. I tell you, this woman really gets me. What did I just walk into?
どうしてアントニオさんがここに。ロンさんは？
ああ、彼はここには来ないよ。あのゴールデンブラッドもね。さあ、僕に鍵を渡してくれるかい？奴らの計画を止めるために。
違う。ロンさんは必ず来るって言っていた。鍵を渡しちゃいけないとも。きっと組織の連中が奪いに来るからって。アントニオさん、まさかあなたが。
やだな、ミシェル君。勘違いしないでくれよ。僕は実業家だよ。ミラになることは何でもするのは当然じゃないか。さて、余計な連中も始末したし、計画もそろそろ大詰めだね。これで全ては僕の思い通りに。
はーい、アントニオ。言ったわよね。女には気をつけろって。
ゴールデンブラッド、なぜ生きている？やれ！殺してしまえ！
今よ。
え？
貴様ら、この程度で俺の計画が。
あいにくだけど、ゴールデンブラッドに不可能はないの。
絶対に止めてみせます。私たちとロンさんで。
はい、OK いただきました。
Seeing a movie play out from behind the scenes is more fun than I thought. You could barely even tell the whole thing was off the cuff. My, what an experience. To think we'd have front row seats to a performance by two of the most ravishing actresses of our time. Maybe dial it back a bit, fanboy. You and me are birds of a feather, Leon. Too bad you didn't come by sooner, or I could have given you the full backstage experience. By the by, I understand that Van filled in for one of your cast members. Perhaps I could do the same next time you're in need. Hey, now there's an idea. With a pretty face like that, I could even line you up for a screen debut if you're up for it. Quit egging him on, damn it! That's the actor who didn't show up yesterday. Quite a role they've subbed you in for, Van. Yeah, it's pretty typical for a Goatee production. You could tell he's big on irredeemable villains. But it's got a different vibe this time around now that he and Lamb are co-directing. Hey, what is this? A live studio audience? Quit lazing around. Scene's wrapped up, so let's get back on track already. Right, wouldn't want to overstay our welcome. Whoops. Guess we got a little derailed. Sorry to get in your way, everyone. We'll be taking our leave now. Not at all. You're welcome to visit anytime. Our next set of shots is over in the back streets. We'll head that way once everything is packed up. That'll place them right near the underground club. And you've got rehearsals this evening, young lady, so I'd better not see you saunter in late. I know, you don't need to treat me like a newbie. I've heard talk of a construction job in that area several years back. Supposedly special attention was paid to the plumbing. Noted. Thanks, Grammy. Damn, your grandma's got some real street smarts. She reminds me a bit of Master Barkhorn somehow. Oh, we mustn't let her kindness go to waste. Shall we be off? Yeah, come on, guys.
ジュディス先輩にバンさんたち、それにあの人たちまで。
I didn't pick up on this last time. Like, I knew she was someone special, but now realizing that she knows who Celis and Leon are.
あまり長引かないといいけど。
コラボ作品としてはかなりの完成度になりそうですね。
ま、無茶なコラボをしてやらかした例も少なくないからな。そこは監督や女優たちの手腕だろ。
完成品はもっといいものになるから期待していなさい。おばあちゃんの話だと水回りを工事したそうだけど。
ああ、それらしい場所をシャードサーチで調べてみるか。
Amada's former headquarters appears to be frantic with police activity right now. Though the details are unknown to me, I will stand ready to dust off my bouncer hat at a moment's notice. Protecting this establishment, after all, is one of the terms of my contract. Ew-wee, I went on such a wild spree that before I knew it, the sun was up. Better cook up an excuse for coming home so late. No, wait. I was here the whole night through. This place charges by the hour. I don't even want to see the bill.
そっちの個室に反応があったよ。
こんなところにあんのかよ。
We have a reading. Is there a hidden entrance here? Yep, we hit the jackpot. Sealed from the other side, though, so it's going to take some elbow grease to get it open. Oh, here goes nothing. Hold up a sec. Something the matter, Celis? Don't tell me you're getting cold feet. The hell do you think I am? There. I put up a barrier to keep people out. It'll only hold for 5 minutes, though, so make this quick. Right. Thanks. Can't wait to get this over with either. The smell. I expected there to be a stench, but not one quite this putrid. This escape hatch leads right into Shit Lagoon. Guess we'll have to hold our breath and go. Actually, from a mental health standpoint, I would prefer to avoid traumatizing myself. Oh, yeah, I forgot you could do that. Indeed, this is a purification barrier. It cleanses the area around me and removes any foul odors. Shall I cast it on you all as well? Save for Van, of course, since he seems so confident he can grin and bear it. Yeah, real funny. Jokes aside, that's an impressive spell. That'd spare our noses, not to mention our laundry. Agreed. Let's take him up on his offer. No sense making things harder on ourselves at this stage. Upon descending into the hidden passage, Van and the others found themselves in a pitch-black sewer. Using a series of barely noticeable scratches in the walls as their guide, they gradually made their way forward. Till eventually... Messeldam, Coastal Road. Huh, so this is where that tunnel leads. We're on the western outskirts of Messeldam by my estimate. Looks to me like this entire area would be out of view for anyone in the city. All these twists and turns, no signs of civilization, makes for a good getaway route. What do you know? This thing wasn't reacting at all before. I was starting to think we'd missed the mark. We're in the right place after all then. Whatever the legacy might be, it must have some connection to what happened in Edith. Yeah, we'll want to be ready for anything. Not sure I follow, but about that thing in your hand. We could delve into that matter later. Our destination is nearby. I'm sensing something strange ahead as well. Proceed with caution, everyone. For sure. You guys do the same.
海だ。ちょっと風が強いね。こんなところにルカ君のお父さんが。
アルマータ最後の構成員。見つけたらあの子にも合わせてあげたよね。
まあ、そうだな。
楽勝だぜ。
脅威どこ。警戒しよう。
始めるか。残念ね。借りは返すぜ。
おまけよ。こう切ってやつだ。もらって。私にかかればこんなもんよ。
さすがは姉弟子だぜ。
見つけたな。
らもたもたすんなよ。気をつけ。
気をつけなさい。ブーストチャンス切れるわよ。かませ
よし上出来だ。
よくやった、弟でしょ。
距離を取って戦いなさい。
お疲れさん。怪我はないな。
気をつけなさい。ブーストチャンス切れるわよ。
そうだよ。
ボンさん。
Meanwhile, back in Messeldam,
よーし、今のリハはいい感じじゃ。この熱量のままカメラを。
もう少し下っ腹の呼吸を意識してみな。
はい。
あの連中は。
この先のクラブで間違いないのね。
ええ、昨晩の連中が確かに入っていったと。
突撃！何が何でも見つけ出すのよ。データを取り返して遺産を奪って捉えて実験台にして。
どけどけ
なんじゃ。
困ります。ただいま撮影中です。
whoa,
ようガキども、ちょいと老いたが過ぎるんじゃないかい。
あ？なんだこのババ
ア。安心しな、演習用の模擬弾さ。この距離だと相当痛いだろうが、ま、踏ん張りな。いいエキストラが入ったじゃないか。ほらほら、踊りな踊りね。ロンドンのステップでね。
昨日に続いてもう嫌だ。
やっぱりかっこいいです、ドミニクさん。それに
カメラ回せ回せ。全部記録しておくんじゃ。
seeing her react that way, knowing who she is.
いいからさっさとサツが嗅ぎつける前に取った。
ゼクトアームズ社、これも任務前の肩慣らしか。
あんたたちはなんで？
増援を頼んだ覚えはないが、ちょうどいい。仕上げといこうか。
にしても凄まじいわね。それが噂の聖魂の力ってわけ。
別に常時聖魂を使ってるわけじゃねえさ。全力で解放することもめったにねえしな。
詳細は伏せますが、本来人には過ぎた力、必要がなければ奮いたくはないものですから。
やれやれ、頼もしい限りだぜ。
さてと、
Dominique Lancer is a fun character, that's for sure.
私にかかればこんなもんよ。
さすがは姉弟子だぜ。
かけるぞ。楽勝だぜ。
アーツ攻撃を進めよ
うるさいオーディエンスね。
気をつけなさい。ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
呪いぜ。嫌いな
チャンスだ。
Oh, wait.
おせわせでいくわよ。
Yeah. Oh, that didn't lower. Then I have a EP cut on him?
ぶち
Or
かわ
what?
すぜ。
ガンガン行くぞ。
行け最強。オプティカルカノン。ジュディスさん。出番だな。キュッ。逃がさないわ。任せたわ。ここだ。私にかかればこんなもんよ。すごかったです、セリスさん。
メンテナンスを開始します。
That's with the minus 40%? Oh, is it because of his ports? Or because of his holocore? Plus 150% EP cost and arts power. Ah, that's why. Magical damage plus 40%.
メンテナンスを開始します。
So if anybody uses a second EP cut, it should be him. Gotta say, I didn't expect you. What? Gotta say, I didn't expect you guys to be so gung-ho about this legacy business. Chasing down wild rumors doesn't seem like your style. Well, the situation is a bit more involved than that. In what sense? It kinda concerns you guys, so I guess we might as well come clean. But how's about we send that big lug packing first? that takes care of that. Now, back to what I was saying. We recovered a bunch of artifacts back during that crap with the Genesis Tower. But before we could bring them back to Arteria, they up and vanished on us. Vanished? Between Dante's and those 3 garden overseers, that's a decent number of artifacts. Indeed. Fearing a potential crisis, the upper echelon of the church dispatched us to investigate their whereabouts. That doesn't exactly bode well. Yeah, but with the way those things work, not just anyone can use them. That's one plus, at least. So there's a chance Almada's artifacts are a part of their legacy. We'll find out for ourselves soon enough.
消えた古代遺物にアルマータの遺産、そしてゲネシスの反応か。ま、放っておけねえ事態ってやつだな。
分かった。最後までよろしく頼むぜ、守護騎士殿。
バトルスタート。
相手が悪かったな。
距離を取ってください。
相手になるぜ。
ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
どんどん行こう。
呪いぜ。何か来る。気をつけろ。カートで
オプティカルカノン。ジュディスさん。ここだ。
さすが私ね。
やるじゃねえかランスター。
So,
これってアルマータの資材置き場。
どうやら目的地のようですね。慎重に向かうとしましょ
う。ここなら休めそうだな。
this is the
使えるぜ。
conclusion for Chapter 1A. So, since there's going to be a lot of cutscenes and a couple of boss fights, I'm gonna run to the bathroom before you start it all. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Now we will conclude Chapter 1A. Right after we save. So we could save here. Oops.
船か。いかにも密輸拠点っつう感じの隠れ家だな、おい。
ああ、どうやらここが終点らしい。
何者だ。どうやってここに来た。
ロビングラス号だな。危害を加えるつもりはねえよ。俺たちは裏解決屋だ。少しばかり聞きたいことがあってな。
何。アルマータで仕事を始めたのは15の頃だ。他にマシな生きようもなくてな。当時のボスに命じられるまま足を突っ込んだのさ。以来組織のブツの管理が俺の仕事だ。それ以外のことはほとんど知らん。だがそういったところが気に入られたらしくてな。ジェラールも俺を切ろうとはしなかった。
文字通りの古株って感じだね。
それにあんたマフィアにしちゃ随分と手堅いみたいだな。こんな場所で2ヶ月以上も潜伏生活を続けてるってのもそうだが。
そいつは皮肉か。まあいい。この隠れ家を探り当てるとは大したもんだ。俺を始末しに来たんじゃねえなら要件を話せ。ミラか復讐か。俺はもう何をする気もねえ。大抵の願いは叶えてやれるぜ。
この人どうしてそんな絶望した目で。
首相な野郎だ。なんなら私らが懺悔でも聞いてやろうか。
はん。
セリスさん、ややこしくなるのでそのくらいで。我々が聞きたいのはあなた方の遺産赤のフラグメントについてです。
なんだと。
やはり心当たりがあるようだな。アルマータが最後の鍵と呼び、未だ見つかっていない何らかの断片、裏社会の連中が追っているブツについて。
お前らなぜそんなことを聞く。まさかとは思うが、また繰り返すつもりじゃねえだろうな。答えろ。遺産を手に入れてどうするつもりだ。またクレイユ村みてえな悲劇を引き起こすつもりか。
ちょっと待って。そこでなんでクレイユ村の名前が。
まさか関係しているの、あの事件と。
反応兵器で村を丸ごと消し飛ばしやがった。アルマータ最悪の事件だが、それと関係があるとなると、
ますますもって見過ごせねえブツみてえだな。そしててめえはそこまで関わってるってことだな。
俺みてえなドブネズミにも通すべき筋ってもんはある。あのクソ幹部どもがやらかしたことを繰り返させるわけにはいかねえんだ。
なるほど。マフィアの構成員にしてはまっとうな感性の持ち主のようですね。ですがだからこそでしょう。常識から逸脱した危険物を回収するのも我々の仕事でしてね。あなたも分かっているのでは。このまま野放しにもしておけないと。
今また首都で妙な事件が起きてやがる。そいつがどこまで噛んでるかはわからねえが、 絡みってんならケリをつけなくちゃならねえ。あんただってそうなんじゃねえのか？
ああ、まったくだ。いいだろう。どうやら俺にとっても潮時らしい。これで許されるとも思わねえが。
それじゃあ
その程度とは生ぬるいな。
この人たちって教会のイスカリオ。おいおいおい、何の真似だよてめえら。
途中から妙な気配がしていましたが、なぜ副兵長さんがここに？
Sicario Vice Captain Ashlad.
オルテシア卿にバルタザール卿、裏解決屋までこのような場所でまみえるとは。しかしながら現在は任務の遂行中。邪魔だけはしないでいただこ
う。任務だ？横からしゃしゃり出てんのはそっちだろうが。
まさかとは思うが、あんた
知れたこと、その男の断罪だ。アルマータの構成員ロビン・グラスコーはあの日クレイユ村までトラックを走らせている。あの惨劇を引き起こした反応兵器、それを運んだ男で間違いあるまい。
そうだったんだ。
だからってそれは命令されたからでしょ。反応兵器のことだってきっと知らずに。
そうだ、俺は何も知らなかった。あの球体が何なのか、その時はまだな。だが
This is insane. Those lunatics have gone too far. Thousands of innocent people murdered. Wait, the cargo I was transporting, was this my fault? Well, look who it is. Splendidly done, Glasgow. Thanks to you, everything went off without a hitch. Now be a good little worker bee and take the next one over to Oracion for us, okay?
二つ目は知っていて運んだのさ。俺には仇の家族がいる。もし機嫌を損ねれば必ず報復される。だからその日のうちにターヤとは別れた。息子ともども故郷に帰し、俺は仕事に戻った。
おっさん、
そうと知りつつ計画を実行したことに違いはあるまい。それはもはや下法の所業。死をもってあがなうがいい。
って待ちなさいよ。責められるべきはこの人じゃないでしょ。
僕もそう思う。少なくとも死に値するなんて。
無駄ですよ。副兵長さんは認定された悪を裁くだけですから。しかし参りましたね。ここで死なれてはいろいろ聞き出せなくなりますし。
そっちがその気なら仕方ねえよな。あ？
任務遂行の障害となるならやむを得まい。守護騎士を含めそれなりの手合い。こちらも少々本気を出そう。
あれって。
オラシオンでも見せたザイファを応用した霊視多重封印。特に彼の封印は成婚に迫るかもしれませんね。
って誰がそれなりで誰が。
ともかくやるしかねえ。相手は手だれだ。お前ら油断すんなよ。
あ、もう了解。気をつけなさい。
下法は狩るのみ、邪魔はさせん。
Zero arts on two different characters. Get wrecked, I guess.
決めてバン。
チャンスだ。こっちだ。そらそら。
さすがに手強いな。
行けカトル。
おせおせで行くわよ。
ガンガン行くぞ。ラプラスコード起動。
聖天よ、我らに加護を。
こう切ってやつだ。
Okay. That's it?
どんどん行こ
それ続いて。
これもシフの薫陶か。
チャンスよ。出番だなさ。キュッ逃がさないわ。終わりよ。
そちらの筋が上回ったか。
食らいついてくんじゃねえか。
あの霊視多重包囲も以前より精度が増しているようですね。
でもこっちだって。
お前らもういい。もともと報いは受けるつもりだったんだ。ここでけじめでも構わねえだろ。
グラスゴーさん。
悪いな、坊主みてえな年の子まで巻き込んじまってよ。だが今まで散々悪事の片棒を担いできた。俺にかばわれる資格なんざねえさ。
そいつはどうだかな。グラスゴー、あんたがつけるべきは別のけじめなんじゃねえのか。アルマータに属しつつもマフィアを嫌っていた最後の残党。罪から逃れるためではなく、あんたなりの筋を通したけじめってやつを。後悔してるってんならクレイユ村の連中に花は手向けたのか。追悼ミサは A の資金の流れは完全には解明されてねえ。あんたにしかわからないことが山ほどあるはずだ。まだやることはあるんじゃねえか。
バンさん。
まあ簡単には償えない罪だからこそやるべきことがあるわよね。
やれやれ。
ちょいと強引だが言うじゃねえか弟弟子。おいクソ坊主ども、こいつはあたしらの方で引き取らせてもらう。言っておくが先に手をつけた以上は絶対にだ。この意味てめえらもわかるよな。
そちらとの小競り合いは珍しくありませんが、大抵の場合落としどころとしては先行していた側が優先されるケースが多いはず。ならばここは我々に任せていただきましょうか。結果に納得できればよし、できなければ改めて介入を試みればいい。
精魂に頼りきりの守護騎士殿が交渉を持ちかけてくるとは意外だったが。
ああ、文句でもあんのか。
え？
よかろう、この場は預けよう。九段の遺産についてもただし心することだ。取りこぼしがあれば我々が手を下すと。
なんとかなったみたいだね。
この先の落としどころ次第でしょうが。
ま、上出来だろう。一旦引かせられてよかったぜ。何かあっちゃあんたを息子に会わせられねえからな。
ん？ルカを知ってんのか？ まあいい。散々説教垂りやがって余計なお世話と言いたいところだが、一応礼を言っておくぜ。あいつらに会えるのは先になりそうだがな。
え？
言っただろう、潮時だとな。俺は警察に出頭する。もう一度家族の元に戻るためにな。
グラスゴーさん。
つくづく家族思いだな、あんた。
まあケーキは長くなりそうですが、あなたならなんとかなるかもしれませんね。
ああ、しっかり務めを果たしてこいや。
恩返しってわけじゃねえが、こいつを譲ってやる。お前らなら危ねえことにはならないだろう。赤のフラグメントを手にしても。
なんだ、やっぱてめえが持ってやがったのかよ。まったくもったいぶるわね。ってそれ。
おいおい、こいつは。
年代物のオーブメント。それでいて複雑かつ精巧な作り。間違いないけど、でも
バンさんたちが持っているゲネシス、まるでその一部のようですね。
知ってやがったか、その名を。そう、こいつはゲネシスってやつの一部だ。それもおそらく第8のな。
第8のですって。
確かに見つかってなかったけど、バンさん、もしかして。
ああ、分割されてるだと。くそ、こいつは。
先生からざっくりとは聞いてるが、アルマータはそのゲネシスってのを集めてたらしいな。
ああ、俺も理由は知らなかったが、ボスのジェラール直々の指示らしくてな。配下を動かして長い間探させていた。だが最後の一つは結局見つからず、あのデスゲームの前日に一部のみが俺の元に送られてきたのさ。
それが最後の鍵、赤のフラグメントですか。古代遺物ではないものの超常的な現象を引き起こすそうですが。
詳しくは知らねえが、ゲネシスってのは反応兵器を生み出すきっかけにもなったんだろう。このかけら自体に大した力はなさそうだが、何の保証もねえ。形からして外角の一部みたいだしな。他のかけらと組み合わさった時にどうなるかも。
まさかとは思うが、アークライド、他のかけらに心当たりがあんのかよ。
ああ、まあな。だが確証はね、確かめる必要がありそうだ。グラスコ、他に情報はねえのか。そいつにまつわる話なら何でもいい。
ああ、そういやラングポート方面で似た噂があったが、その辺りの資料は置いてきちまったな。確か家の書斎にあったはずだが。
家の書斎？それってどこかで。
もしかしたらあのトランクに。バンさん、早速ルカ君に連絡して。
トランク？よくわからんが、そういやお前ら息子と知り合いなのか。一体どうして？
ああ、実は昨日知り合ってな。
あの子、あんたを探そうと一人で大きなトランクを持ってうろうろしてて、まだ若いのでけなげよね、まったく。
結局依頼は受けなかったけど、お父さんが無事だったって伝えてあげないとね。
待て、お前ら何を言ってるんだ。
だから昨日ルカ君と会って。
あの子、トランクに書斎の書類をたくさん入れて持ち歩いてたからって。
違うんだな。
確かに俺の息子の名前はルカだ。だがあの子のはずがない。ルカはまだ5つになったばか。
外角ゲット。
こと。その顔、ルカ君。
あれが彼の息子ですか。しかし今のは。
ああ、ありえない角度の狙撃。おそらく異能の一種だろう。どうなってやがんだアークライド。
ああ、してやられたぜ。かすかに匂い上がるとは思っていたが、ここまでやらかすとはな。ルカ、俺たちを利用しやがったな。息子を名乗り、この男を探し当てさせるために。
ピンポンピンポン。さすがじゃん、裏解決屋さん。にしてもショックだよな。うすうすとはいえ最初から疑われてたなんてさ。依頼も受けてもらえなかったし、こっそりつけてくるしかなくなっちまったじゃん。やだやだ。僕も頑張ったのにこれってどういうこと？
ふざけてんじゃないわよ。あんたが何者かなんてどうでもいい。その格好も獲物もただ人を撃っておいてヘラヘラ笑ってんじゃないわよ。
そうだよ。なんでこんな形で罪を償おうと決めた人を。降りてこいや、クソガキ。このセリス様の前でやっちゃいけねえことをやりやがって。ほら、きっちりケツ拭かせてやるよ。
やっべ、あれが守護騎士？僕消し済みにされちまうんじゃ。なんてな。そんじゃこいつを使うしかねえよな。
人形兵器。
ち、なんつう数を。それにこの種類は。
さらにこうして。
強化された。
あの外角にそのような力が。異能といい油断できませんよ、セリスさん。
誰に言ってやがる。全部畳んでやるよ、クソガキともどもな。
Ix's the glinting bullet.
改めて僕の名前はイクス。
Ix.
せっかく外角を手に入れたしさ、少しは使ってみたいってのが人情だよな。遊んでよお兄さんたち。綺麗な蜂の巣にしてやるからさ。
まがまがしい殺気。
上等だ。お仕置きしてやるからかかってきやがれ。
さあ覚悟しなさい。気をつけなさい。
僕の講談から逃げられっかよ。
ブーストチャンス消えろよ。ぶちかますぜ。おせおせでいくわよ。
こっちだ。そらそら行くぜ。
おせおせでいくわよ。
降参しとけば。
呪いぜ。
こう切ってやつ。
シャードブーストチャンス。
降参しとけば。
譲ってやんよ。
任されました。
ガンガン行くぞ。
シャードブース仕込みは十分じゃな。おせおせでいくわよ。
どんどん行こ
我が深淵にて凍えし氷炎の刻印よ。汚れし世界に永遠なる性質をもたらせ。ニブルヘイム。
やるじゃん。
ブーストゲーム状況変わる。
見切った。
来た。負けないんだから。
Buffed himself, huh?
無駄なあがきってな。
さてどう攻めましょうか。
ガンガン行くぞ。
ジュビスさん、
キュットワイライトキス。決めてバン。
無駄なあがきってな。
さてどう攻めましょうか。
容赦はしねえぜ。とくと味わえ。うわー、蒼天反射。
おいおいマジかよ。
行けカトル。
ラプラスコード起動。
行くよ。
これからだっての。
さてどう攻めましょうか。
ガンガン行くぞ。
カトル君ロックオン照射。ああ今日はここまでだな。
カトル今だ。
この程度ってやべ。
目標物をダッシュ。
イカするかよ。
そろそろ老いたはしまいにしろよ。
ああもうゲームセットってやつ。しょうがねえけど今日のところはこれくらいで。
いくつっつったな。このゲネシスの外角コア部分は首都のやつが持ってるんだな。
やれやれ参っちまうぜ。ほんと油断も隙もねえよな裏解決やって。これ以上は計画に支障が出ちまうか。ってわけで僕はこれで一応目的も果たしたしな。
待ちなさいよ。
逃がしましたか。年派もいかぬ割に恐るべき使い手でしたが。
あの異能も含めて素性が気になりやがるが、いや今はそれより私らで見とってやらねえとな。
ああ急所に一発。助けられるなら助けてやりたかったが。
クラスゴーさん、さっき人を呼びましたからもう少しだけ頑張ってください。
こんな終わり方って。
すまねえ。あんたの家族に合わせてやれなくて。
気にすんな。俺は満足だ。お前らに託せて少し肩の荷が。ターヤルカ、これでもうお前らに危険はどうか安心して て幸せに。
汝ロビン・グラスゴー、空の女神のもとへ召されんこと。
その罪が許され安らかに眠らんことを。
Afterward, Van and the group reached out to the Police Embracer Guild, who attended to Glasgow's remains upon their arrival. Discovered among his belongings was a ledger with detailed records of Almada's financial dealings. This proved to be a major breakthrough in shedding more light on their operations. Despite all the bumps along the way, Director Goatee and Director Lamb's collaborative film completed principal photography in Messeldom. Zect Arms, by contrast, was subjected to a compulsory investigation, forcing the company to withdraw from the Republic. Although a number of their employees did manage to evade the authorities, the port city was finally at peace once more. Meanwhile, Van and company, having left the rest of the cleanup to the police and guild, decided to close out one final 4 SPG. So, in a small village just a short ways away from town, they delivered Glasgow's last words to his family.
Eh, こちらは滞りなく。しかし報告した少年はおそらく例の男絡みかと。赤黒き獣方面と合わせ引き続き監視が必要でしょう。
案外楽しかったじゃん。いくつか予定外もあったけど初仕事にしちゃ上出来なんじゃね？ああ、まあ分かってるって、心配ねえよ。火種も撒いたし祭りはこれからじゃん。一緒に盛り上げようぜ。夜だ。
Act 1A, Port Capriccio. In. Capriccio? I don't know. 6,000 Mira has been placed in your account as a reward for completing the Almada's Legacy 4 SPG request.
この調子でいくぞ。ランクアップか。はあ、気前のいいこった。はあ、完璧じゃねえか。
どんなもんだってな。
Oh. 3 and 9 has been added to the archive.
3と9。幼い頃より殺し屋として育てられ、組織に道具としての生き方を強制された少年3。彼はパートナーの少女9と共に暗殺の任務を遂行し、その合間に密かに組織から逃亡する計画を立てた。しかし逃亡を実行する直前、計画は9にバレ、管理人エンペラーに密告された。死を覚悟した3だが、9の攻撃は彼にではなくエンペラーに向けられた。
なあちゃんはスーちゃんがいたから救われたんだよ。だからお兄ちゃんの分まで頑張って生きようね。
9の言葉に救われ、3は彼女を守り、共に組織から逃げ出すことを決意した。 二人は再び強大な古代遺物を駆使するエンペラーと相対する。知恵と技を出し尽くし、何より互いをパートナーとして信頼しての抗う戦い。その死闘の末に、
なあちゃんたちはもう道具じゃないし、誰かを道具にするつもりもない。それに
人を殺すのはあんたが最後だ。さよなら。
ついにエンペラーを倒し、3と9は自由を勝ち取った。そうして2人は人間として生きることを決め、新たな人生とともに2人だけの旅を始めたのだった。
It's a very simplified account. All right. Act 1B. February 27th, 9:45 a.m.
くせ、なんなんだあいつらは。しつこく追ってきやがって。
いい加減諦めろ。
そうそう、なあちゃんたちからはどうやったって逃げられないから。
だから詐欺なんて知らないって言ってるだろ。
この人まだとぼけるつもりみたい。ちょっと頭がかわいそうな人かな。
仕方がないさ。手口も三流だしな。足がつくような証拠が多すぎて、途中から全部集めるのを諦めたくらいだ。
クソガキどもがなめやがって。
詐欺に加えて傷害未遂、また罪が重くなったな。
本性も表したみたいだし、今度こそ言い訳なしだよ。
分かった、認めよう。だがその上で提案がある。今回の稼ぎの半分を君たちに譲るから、それで見逃してくれないか。どうせ元傷害犯のクズから騙し取ったものだ。気にすることはない。
呆れたな。いくら前科があったとしてもミラを騙し取っていい理由にはならない。
確かに臨時収入はいくらでも欲しいけど、そんな汚いミラじゃ気持ちよく遊べないよ。
わからずやのガキどもめ。だったら俺をどうするって言うんだ。警察に突き出すか、それともギルドか。言っとくが、そんなことをしたらそちらの依頼人だって無傷じゃ済まねえぞ。クズは永遠にクズだ。いくら改心したからって普通の人間と同じ生活なんて一生送れるはずがねえんだよ。
クズは永遠にクズ。確かに一理あるかも。
ああ、どんなに逃げたところで過去はまとわりつくものだ。
けどそれをちゃんと受け入れた上で前を向き始めた人を侮辱するのは、なあちゃんとしては不愉快だよ。
ああ、そんな決意を踏みにじるやつを 俺たちは決して許さない。
ギルド？警察？なあちゃんたちがそんな甘っちょろい連中に任せるとでも？
下道には下道を。人知れず犯罪者を一人消す方法なんていくらでもある。
なんだお前たちは。どうしてあんな連中の味方をする。せっかくあの目障りな裏解決屋が首都から離れたタイミングを狙ったのに。
なるほど。生地情報通だっただけに愚行に走ったわけか。
確かに今裏解決屋さんは首都にいないよ。その代わりなあちゃんたちがいる。
俺たちは裏解決屋代行だ。
Substitute Spriggans. Us? Temporarily, yeah. What do you think? I think some advance notice would have been nice. One sec. Okay, I'm back. What would we have to do exactly? It's just like it sounds. You'd be acting as my proxies. That means taking on any 4SPG requests that crop up while I'm out of town. This office here would be yours to use as a base of operations. I'll even hook you up with some contacts of mine that you might find handy. Sounds like a pretty good deal, actually. Think of 4SPGs as a way to get the lay of the land, make connections, and gather intel. Heck, they might even help you pick up some dirt on whatever it is you're looking for. That's how I'd approach it anyway. So that's what you meant by substitute Spriggans. It does make sense. Yeah, I considered doing the whole part-time assistant thing again, but with how long I'll be gone, this felt like the better option. Plus, with them taking care of the place, you won't have to bother. You guys can handle it just fine, right? We've got a lifetime of experience to fall back on, so the requests themselves won't be a problem. But are you sure it's okay for us to be playing Spriggan? I mean, don't you guys have some special style of doing things? To an extent. You don't have to take on every 4 SPG. Once you do, there's no hard and fast rules on how to get it done. Those parts will be 100% up to you guys. That said, whatever you end up doing, just make sure it's something you can live with. At the end of the day, that's all our style really boils down to, and I always follow it as best I can. I see. Man. Well, I'm sold. We'll take you up on your offer. Starting today, we're your new substitute Spriggans. Since you're both still finding your footing in Edith, I'll lend you as much support as I can. You've got school to worry about. I'll keep it within reason, just enough so that it doesn't interfere with my studies. Hey, it's your education. For what it's worth, we'd appreciate the help. Yeah, you could show us the ropes, Ah-chan. Of course, I'd be more than happy to. We'll hash things out in more detail tomorrow. In the meantime, there's a free room upstairs. Should be fine for you to crash there for a while. The man running the bistro downstairs is the landlord, right? We'll ask if he's okay with it. Either way, it'll take a day for us to head back to the inn to get our luggage together. Guess that makes this TTFN. But see you tomorrow. Phew. And I thought yesterday was busy. Sure has been a lot going on lately. Feels like last year all over again. Yeah, well, personally, I don't miss having to dig my way out of mortal peril every 5 seconds. The only digging I want to do right now is into that creamy cocoa pudding I've been saving. I pretend otherwise, but I know Van would be the first of us to jump headlong into danger. My pudding! Van? It's gone! Oh, tell me this isn't happening! Wait, what's with this note? Thanks for the pudding. It was delish. Nadia. So she wasn't messing around. That little sneak actually ate the damn thing. And it was only available for a limited time. Going to miss him while he's away. But at least things won't be boring around here. Back in the present.
ようやく追いつきました。あーちゃんお疲れ。ちょうど今犯人を抑えたところだよ。
すごい。あっという間でしたね。それにしても。
さっさとミラーを出せ。
もう返したじゃないか。
分かってないな。慰謝料が足りないよね。
奪ったミラをただ返して終わりなわけがないだろう。早く出した方が身のためだぞ。
右半身を穴だらけにするか、左半身を穴だらけにするか。なあちゃんは優しいから好きな方を選ばせてあげるね。
うわあ、わかった。出すからもう許してくれ。
この絵面、一体どっちが悪人なんでしょう。
Act 1B, Substitute Spriggans. Alright, the client got their mirror back with interest. That's one more request in the bag. Another job well done, you two. I know the plan was for me to walk you through Edith and some 4 SPGs, but it turns out you never needed it. I suppose there wasn't much point in me tagging along. I wouldn't say that at all. With you around, I only have to make half as many snappy retorts at Nadia, and that's priceless. Oh, so that's what you meant. You helped with plenty of other things too. Take that con man. We wouldn't have caught him half as fast if you hadn't picked up on him. Yep, it was a total cakewalk thanks to you, Ah-chan. Really? That makes me feel a bit better. But, you know, we could take it from here for today. You still have prep work to do for the festival, right? Yeah, go get on that. The two of us have this down pat. Well, if you're absolutely sure. I'll come back later tonight to bring you some snacks. You really don't have to put yourself out for us. Not that we'd ever say no to free eats. Anyway, have fun at school. Phew. Finally, Little Miss Chaperone has left the building. Now I can spend my whole day slacking off. And that differs from any other day how? Well, for one thing, I won't have Ah-chan giving me grief for bumming around. Ever consider not bumming around?
休業中って言ったのに。バンさんならいないよ。今は長期出張中。
知ってるわ。一応本人に聞いたから。もちろんあなたたちのこともね。代行とはいえ裏解決屋に休業なんてないでしょ。
だとさ。
あーちゃんの後にまた厄介な。なあちゃんのゴロゴロライフがどんどん遠ざかっていくよ。
So, what brings the Sword Maiden here? I could understand it if Van were around. This has nothing to do with him. Rather, I have a request to make of you in particular. Us specifically? Are you subcontracting, the way people do with Van? Not quite. Technically, this would be more of a collaborative effort. I'd like your assistance with a case I'm working on. Now I'm even more confused. What kind of help can we offer one of the guild's top racers? Let me explain. Edith's orbital network is currently experiencing minor delays and interruptions. They aren't quite frequent enough to constitute a major problem just yet. But something similar occurred last year in Basel, and it turned out to be far more severe than initially assumed. With that in mind, we can't afford to leave this matter be. I'm not too caught up on that incident in Basel, but wasn't Almada the one behind it? Yes, of course, I realize it's unlikely that this is anywhere close to that scale. But that doesn't mean some other criminal isn't employing a similar method. So, this is a troubleshooting job. Wouldn't someone else out there be a better fit for this sort of thing? Heck, there's a famous super hacker here in Edith who's been in the game since the Orbital Net was born. The girl you're referring to is otherwise engaged. In fact, it was she who directed me to you. That explains it. Geez, Ren, throw us under the bus much? So, how about it? Is this 4SPG to your liking? Better reschedule your slacking appointment, Nadia. Fine, whatever. I'm a big girl. I can do stuff when I have to. And hey, we might find a clue about the you-know-what we're looking for along the way. You-know-what? It's settled then. Arkwright Solutions substitute brigands are on the case. Looking forward to working with you, Elaine. Pleasure's all mine. Well, no time to waste. Mind filling us in on what you know so far? Unfortunately, there isn't much to go on yet. Communications Bureau representative did send us a statistical report on the network failures, however. If you don't mind giving me your contact info, I can forward it to your Zyphas. Sure thing. Yeah, I'm down. Nothing about these numbers struck me as conspicuous. I don't see any obvious patterns either. All I can really glean is that the occurrences are limited to inside the capital. We could probably figure something out if we had a larger sample size. You're not wrong, but these service problems are just infrequent enough to keep us in the dark. Indeed, which gives us every reason to believe they're being done deliberately. Yeah, something definitely feels off about this. We just dealt with some orbital network trouble ourselves a little bit ago. You mean in the Merhengarten? I'd say it's less dealt with and more still dealing with. Maybe I'm off the mark, but do you think it's related? The Merhengarten? Renee, that is Kincaid from the CID, told me about it. Whether or not it has any bearing to this case, however, may be difficult to determine. Don't quote me on this, but I'd say the probability's pretty slim. On what basis? The Merhengarten's got a wide service area with coverage across both Calvard and Orid State. But only the capital's having issues, leaving us with a bunch of pieces that don't fit. I don't know if anything's changed now that the signal's been hijacked, but the Garten's original main server is probably in Ored, where Marduk's headquarters is. In which case, it wouldn't make sense for Edith to be affected before Ored. Pretty much, yeah. If you ask me, we're dealing with something totally different here. I see. Your reasoning is sound. Say we narrowed our search down to Edith, what locations would you find suspect? Well, going by the data, the delays and interruptions are popping up all willy-nilly. It's almost like someone doesn't want us to dig deeper, so they're randomizing the values to throw us off track. Meaning what exactly? The location and frequency of these outages are being manually controlled over the whole city. Then we should be able to narrow down the source of the interference. Now I get it. There are only so many places in Edith that could emit an orbital signal that strong. Which leaves Trion Tower as our most likely candidate. With that, we have our destination. You know, I've got a funny feeling that this was all just one big test. But yeah, I guess you're all set now. Happy trails. I hope it all goes well. You're not getting off that easily. Aww. The two of you are exactly as Fee described. Fee told you about us? Oh, yeah. I heard she was in Edith for a little while. What did she say? In brief, that you were very capable for your age, and that your dynamic never failed to warm her heart. Capable I get, but where'd that second part come from? Just what kind of impression did we leave on those guys? What are you getting all huffy about? I don't think she meant it in a bad way. Sounded more to me like she was calling us a perfect pair. You're entitled to that opinion. Still, it works. You and me do make a perfect pair of partners. Guess I'll have to buckle down and prove her right. That's one interpretation. Not the one I would have gone for, though. I can't help but be reminded of how we were back in the day. Van would always try to worm his way out of things, and I'd have to be the one to drag him along. Something on your mind? Not at all. Now, let's head over to Trion Tower in the 3rd District. Fine. Off we go then. Before we leave, you did remember to bring it, right? You mean the thing Ah-chan gave me? Yeah, I've got it. The Genesis, 8 devices left behind by Professor Epstein. Plus a sentient hollow and the Grendel. Almost sounds like a fairy tale. I wish, but they're all too real. And now we've got one more in the mix. That dark red Grendel, it was so sinister looking, almost like a beast. Maybe you've got a long-lost brother, Van? I seriously doubt it. It's a real threat, that's for sure. My gut keeps saying it's something that shouldn't exist. Yeah. And then there's the way things got all paranormal on me. What do you mean? It's hard to describe, not to mention my memory's a little hazy. Can't say how, but I'd wager it has something to do with the Genesis. You two just be careful while you're out there, okay? No promises, but sure. We'll keep our eyes peeled for any ghosties and ghoulies. Hey, I'm being serious here. Nadia, Swin, you should take this with you. A Genesis? But this was your great-grandpa's. It's yours to remember him by. You sure you'd feel okay with leaving it? You'd feel okay leaving it with us? Between my studies and the school festival, my schedule is a lot busier than usual. So I'm not sure how often I'll be around to help out. It's more for peace of mind, really, but think of this as a good luck charm of sorts. You did say these things have triggered strange phenomena before. Alright, we'll hang on to it. I promise to take extra good care of it. I want you to have one too, Van. We don't even know if they'll react without you around. But if it makes you feel better, then why not? Might as well, seeing as the 8th Genesis is still out there somewhere. Don't worry, I put it inside Marquee Bear Mark II for safekeeping. Maybe now we'll get to run into something paranormal ourselves. I sure hope not. You have a bit of time to spare. Is there anywhere you'd like to go beforehand? Now that you mention it, there are probably some new 4SPGs posted. We could just put those off until later, though. On the contrary, it'd be best to take care of them sooner rather than later. I'd even be willing to lend a hand. You would? I thought Spriggan business was below you A-rank bracers. Propriety aside, my involvement will speed up the process. And while I know it isn't the same as if Van were here, I would like to take this opportunity to see a Spriggan's day-to-day myself. Well, if you're sure it's fine, we could use the help. Better yet, you could go solo and get a hands-on look. If you need me, I'll be taking a nap upstairs. Nice try. You're no fun today. At any rate, I'll leave the particulars of our agenda up to you two. Anything urgent we had should be wrapped up by now. So the guild's request can take top priority. If there's room for a few more, that's fine too. Alrighty, let's get cracking. Now it didn't mess around with my gear, did it? Looks like we're good still. Yeah, okay. I'll be back. Just gonna grab a snack and I'll be back. Alright, sorry about that. I've been streaming for a long time, so I need some proper food. We'll get started on Act 1 proper now. After I get my controller cord untangled. Edith has significantly more to explore than Messeldam did, so might take a little bit longer. I don't think there's too many more side quests though. Alright, we gotta search for this shards too. Don't have to, but
熱いもう出ていいしみるわねまたいつでもどうぞ
硬いこと言うなよ
There's a Merhengarten terminal in each district in the city, right? Looks like. I forget how the rest of Montmart's people interact with Swin and Nadia, so I'll have to go. Oh, we can't go into most of these. I see. The hearts on the picture. I never noticed that before. I also never noticed... Man, did I never look at the main page of the book when I played this the first time? And only eat sweets 10 times per day. Life of leisure is the goal, but we'll still make sure the job gets done. I think that's it for shards. The 4 SPG over here. Apparently, we've received reports of a large, dangerous monster in the area. Dirk Memorial Park. Gasha Skull Abyss. Requesting Archive Solutions handle this immediately from the CID.
あったな、新しい 4SPG。
なあちゃん的には見なかったことにしてもいいと思うな。
それじゃあ2人ともお手並み拝見ね。
笑顔で押し切られてしまったなあちゃんでした。
Alright, let's talk to our landlord. You're hungry? Well, I guess I can't be too surprised. Growing kids need to eat their fill after all, so hurry up and tell me what you want. Seems Victor has a soft spot for children. Yeah, and he's a good cook too. He does tend to nag a lot, but I'm sure he's just trying to look out for us. A delinquent asking children to do his job? Well, if anything happens, you come tell me, alright? Oh, hello. It's good to see you all. I've heard you two have been hard at work recently. Yeah, and I definitely overdid it a little. I don't think I can move another step. Unless there's a reward waiting for me? You'll survive. You think some coffee would help? I could also get you a tarte tatin. I'm sure I butchered that, if you'd like. A moment of reprieve offered by our beauteous landlady. I suppose we've no choice but to accept such largesse. Don't you think you should be cutting down on the sweets, Nadia? Can't hear you. Are they always like this? Well, feel free to take a seat, alright? Glad to see you're accompanying the kids today, Elaine. Thank you for keeping an eye on them. Of course. We should be back before sundown, by the way. So responsible. Hey, you don't think she really needs our help, right? You're not getting out of work, Nadia. You guys headed out again? Well, guess I can't nag you for not being diligent with work, huh? Keep at it while you're still young, kiddos. Working hard's how you earn respect in this world. Yeah, totally. I'm retiring as soon as I can. I'd say something, but I'm really not up for hearing a lecture right now. Youth need all the hard work they can get. It's how you grow into a respectable adult, after all. You keep an eye on them, right? At least until that punk kid comes back. Leave it to me. Seems I've been elected to be their guardian. Well, I suppose I don't mind. So, you guys are familiar with Van? That's right, I'm Nadia, and this is Swin. We'll be acting as substitute Spriggans for a while. You guys really seem to know what you're doing here. Figured we might get some repairs while we're around. Is there something on my face? No, that's not. These kids are talented enough to fill in for Van, and here I am. Did we say something we shouldn't have? Don't take it personally. Let's just leave her be for the moment. Sorry, let us know if you've got any work for us, alright? Only I could go outside, I'm sure I'd meet all sorts of engineers. You could even listen to some lectures at the college or visit some workshops. But the outside world is so scary all the time. I'm useless. You seemed pretty scared of us when we first came in. Yeah, but her skills are top-notch, don't you think? What a waste. Becca hasn't gone outside in over a decade now. She's been working really hard to overcome her fears, though. Tried just about everything you could think of. But her main roadblock is talking to people she's not familiar with. Well, I'm sure she'll get it someday. Oh right, our dad left on another business trip recently, but that's nothing new really. All he said before he left was that he was going north. Nothing about when he'll be home next, of course.
お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。
行くわよ。
よし。
You have to like Sorry about that, forgot to mute.
眠いかも。
よし、いけるな。さてと。よし、いけるな。ああ。
お任せ。
Okay, so I don't think there's anything more in this area that I have to worry about. I am following a guide for this so I don't miss anything.
さあさあまた来るんだよ
Full disclosure. Well, if it isn't Swin and Nadia, did you two eat your breakfast this morning? I'm sure Paulette does her best to check on you both, but I just wanted to make sure. Here, I had some leftover ingredients this morning. Why don't you take a few? Great, I love free stuff. Van told us we should be cooking for ourselves, so we'll be sure to put this to good use. Certainly will. Seems the people of Old Town really keep an eye out for them. That makes me feel a little better. You know, Van actually asked us to make sure you two were getting along all right. Well, come by any time. I'll keep some fresh vegetables for you. Yay, thank you. Yeah, we really appreciate it. Guess we might as well go take care of this one, huh?
向かうとしよう
Hello there. Welcome to Dirk Memorial Park. Oh, you're that bracer, aren't you? Yes, it's nice to see you again. I heard you're having trouble with a monster in the area? Yes, unfortunately. I originally put in a request at the CID, but I guess they've decided the guild should deal with it. Well, it's all the same to us, really. The monster's at the far end of the waterfront. I'll get someone to open the gate for you. Thanks a bunch. Roger that. We'll have it knocked out in a jiffy.
さてと
Monsters around here have been acting really strange lately. Some particularly violent ones have shown up too. I don't think it's severe enough to shut the whole park down yet, but... well, at any rate, we shut down the waterfront area just in case. We're just waiting to see how things go before we open it up again. We'll be counting on you to make this park peaceful again.
行くわよ
Bronze statue of Sheena Dirk gallantly stands tall. I'm assuming we can't go to the forest area. Oh, wrong way. And no, we cannot. Well, that was quick. So there's no shards in dungeons? Okay.
れがなあちゃんの実
You
力
could examine this before. Because the results are up.
俺が行く。容赦しない。
Okay, Elaine definitely does more damage. Okay. Nadia seems.
悪くない宝箱だな。よくやったナディア。
戦闘終了。データを回収するね。休息ポイントを見つけたよ。
It's convenient.
ざっとこんなもんだ。悪くない手応えだ。
スウィンク、バッチリだわ。かかってきなさい。さあ、次に行きましょう。サポートするね。ナディアさん。じゃあね。任せたよ。サポートするよ。シルバリー行くわよ。
俺が行く。
行くわよ。さあ、次に行きましょう。
悪くない宝箱だな。撃破完了。とっとと行くぞ。
これも計算のうちかな。まだだよ。
撃破完了。とっとと行くぞ。
お宝お宝。
That's a good one.
容赦はしない。敵の群れだ。気をつけろ。
お疲れ様。怪我はない。
撃破完了。とっとと行くぞ。容赦はしない。
さあ次に行きましょう。
Assuming Nadia and Swin are going to level up from the boss. The mini boss. Start giving you the level 2 quartz pretty early on, huh?
ここで休息できそうだな。
いやさ見るわね。
警戒した。
いつでも行ける。
みんなファイト。
型をつける。クロスナンバーズ。
まだまだいけそうだね。
Nadia leveled up.
これにて解決だね。報酬が振り込まれたわ。
俺が行く。
行くわよ。こちらに用はないわ。
You to tell me where I don't go.
行くぞ。
行くよ。
Thought you were able to. Oh, there we go.
よし行くか。
There's just no shards around here. Period. Okay. Hey, I heard you guys took care of that monster for us. I can't thank you enough. Now we can open the rest of the park again. Idol girls. I've heard the genre they're working in has been really struggling to become mainstream. Their costumes are so frilly and cute. Think maybe they'd let me wear one? Sure, it would get enemies to let their guards down quicker. Could be useful for infiltration missions as well. Why don't we both wear them then? Then we'd be unstoppable. I think I'll pass. You two are quite the comedy duo. Oh, it's you two. Van mentioned his substitutes would be coming around. So you're them, huh? He also says something about you guys having unique weaponry. Huh. Van also left your info in his notes for us. Sylvie, a gunsmith with exceptional skill. Honestly, our weapons might be a little more than just unique. Are you sure you're up to doing maintenance on them? Well, guns may be my specialty, but I've dealt with all kinds of weapons over the years. Don't worry, they'll be in good hands. I'll see what I can do. I can also vouch for Sylvie's skill. Actually, most bracers in the capital get their weapons serviced here. She's even done some work on my sword. There you have it. Even an A rank trusts me. Guns, swords, you name it. I'll get them fixed in no time. By the way, I heard that engineer from Krail started working at the Vern store. Kinda, right? Didn't she used to work with you? Yep, but she told me she didn't want to rely on my charity anymore, so I introduced her to the Vern store. Actually, I introduced her to a lot of places. Didn't think she'd choose that one. Well, she's pretty good with hardware, isn't she? I remember thinking she was like one of those old-timey mechanical engineers. We stopped by the village some time ago, even got to take a look at her factory. Still, comparing that old shop to the Vern store, it's like they're two different worlds. Yeah, she apparently had a bit of difficulty adjusting to the job at first, but I think she's managed to find her niche. We still meet up every now and then, actually. Sounds like she's been doing okay. I'm always willing to lend a hand if she needs it, though. Hannah's doing her best to move on in the world. Can't blame her for that. I mean, it does kind of get lonely around here without an assistant, but I've been running this place alone for years. Plus, customer satisfaction is as high as ever, so if you need anything, feel free to stop on by. Welcome to Yarden. We procured a variety of quality clothing here that's sure to satisfy your everyday needs. By the way, are you at all familiar with the fast fashion stores over at the Trion Mall? There are a number of new apparel manufacturers in the industry lately, and my goodness, they have quite the range of products. Still, we have a fair amount of different styles here as well. If you're ever uncertain about what to wear, feel free to ask us for a consultation. Wonder what the bracers will have to say. Oh, we can't go to the third floor? As usual, I guess. Hey, Elaine. How's your investigation going? I'm assuming it's right on track, knowing you. I haven't met with too many problems recently. However, I did take it upon myself to recruit some more help. You make it sound like we're mercenaries. Does the guild really trust us? I mean, we're only substitute Spriggans after all. There's no need to be so humble, you two. I've heard about what you guys did back at Crossbow. And I know you have your own problems you're working to solve as well. Say, maybe the guild's information network can help you out some. As long as we all work together, you could kill two birds with one stone, don't you think? I see. Kind of have a feeling he's bluffing. Still, you think they'd know something about who we're looking for? I guess it's not impossible, but it's probably best we don't involve the guild any more than we need to. These kids. I really would like to help them somehow. Actually, the guild's been pretty short-handed for a while now. We've been holding on to our current staff, but there's a fair pile of incidents we haven't been able to get to yet. We just don't have the numbers. When you have some free time, think maybe you can lend us a hand? Sounds like he's hiding something. He's been friendly so far, but I feel like we shouldn't let our guard down. Who knows? Maybe he'll try to work us to death. Elaine, no comment. Hello, Alvis, Regina. Working even on standby, are we? Elaine, welcome back. Oh, and you brought company. These must be Arcrise Solutions' new substitute Spriggans. For a pair of teens, you look pretty on top of your game. Thanks for chipping in on the guild's request, by the way. We're expecting big results out of you. You got it, boss. So, are those laptops for the investigation? Nah, this is for a different assignment. We've been getting a lot more Orbital network-related jobs lately. It's a byproduct of T-phones entering the market. They've introduced a whole slew of new criminal activity, from online fraud to malicious hacking. Yeah, I've been giving Alvis a few primers while we work through the cases. Basics come to me easily enough, but this sort of thing is more Regina's forte than it is mine. Back to what I was saying though, can we use this comms log to determine the nearest relay station? We sure can. Remember that protocol analysis procedure? You just cross-reference it with the list of relay stations and being a bracer seems pretty tough. In this day and age, it's imperative that we keep our body of knowledge up with the times. Issues where we can't determine the root cause, such as these service disruptions, force us to look outward for assistance. Yeah, that tracks. It's the whole reason you came knocking for me and Suchan in the first place. You know, I'm actually fairly adept with Orbital tech. I've been trying to teach everyone how to use some of it with my free time lately. I mean, Alvis is already a B rank, right? He should know how to use a tracing program by now. Elaine and Lahad picked it up a lot faster than I expected though. So don't give up, Alvis. Just you wait, I'll have the stuff mastered in no time. I mean, I'm good at fighting, though. Still, I shouldn't be making excuses. It's not right to leave everything to Regina all the time. Oh, but, of course, if you ever need anything, Elaine, feel free to give me a shout. Thank you, Alvis. I'll consider coming to you in the future. She'll consider it? Oh, man. He doesn't see me as someone she can rely on, huh? Oh. Seems like he's got a few issues he needs to work through. They both pick up on it immediately, and Elaine's still completely out to lunch, huh? I seem to recall these shards teaching me about an area that I never knew about the entire time that I played through the first game. You could go out here. Because there was no NPCs to interact with out there, I guess. Probably the reason. Sorry to drag you along on this. I know you've already got enough work to sift through. Nah, no big deal. Least I could do for all the times you did me a solid. Sure, it'll leave the capital a little short-staffed, but I think we trained up enough young blood to pick up the slack while we're gone. Normally, I'd file you right into the young pile, too, but I suppose you've shaped up since the day you rolled into the guild. Speaking of which, there's been talk about promotions coming up. How do you like your chances? It's still too early for me. Besides, I'd like to spend some more time getting the newbies up to snuff. I'd rest a lot easier if we had a few more talented recruits at our branch. Maybe, say, 2 of them? Ah, I see where you're going with this. There do seem to be a few worthy candidates around. Looking at us. Call me a narcissist, but I get the feeling you're talking about us. Not in the least. Whatever gave you that idea? Come on, Elaine. Enough with the death glares. We're just poking fun. I expect you both to be above schoolyard teasing. Particulars aside, these two are merely civilians for the moment. Yeah, shame on you. I demand a nice big bump in payment to cover the emotional damages. At the end of the day, our cooperation hinges on being able to choose the work we take on. Message received. Anyway, thanks for lending us a hand. Better than being with the gardens, am I right? Too bad Ismail and I are leaving the capital for a while. There were a few things that we wanted to verify with you. It'd be great if we could get together for a nice long chat down the line, though. About what? Lahad and Ismail have been working cases involving the gardens for several years now. Is that so? Oh, yeah, you bracers did come pretty close to nabbing us a few times here and there. No hard feelings, though. We wound up using you to keep our old co-workers busy during our great escape. That sort of behind-the-scenes intel is exactly what we're looking for now that the gardens are defunct. They bit the big one around the same time as Almada, but they were already on their last legs at that point. Anyway, I hope you'll talk it over with us later. Think of it as a memorial service mixed with an exposé. Well, we do kind of owe you in a roundabout way, so sure, that could be arranged. It's heavy stuff though, so you might want to stock up on tissues. I've been worried about a lot lately, like those recent serial killer incidents. Well, anyway, we've got a business trip we need to be heading off to. Make sure you help Elaine while we're gone, alright? And maybe we could take some time to talk when I'm back. You know, bracer to former Gardens members. Lahad's taken on the task of dealing with everything related to the Gardens recently. Honestly, with all the roles he's undertaken, he should have enough experience for a promotion. Not that he seems to care all that much. Well, I guess he'd be even busier with requests as an A rank, huh? Yeah, I think I might understand where he's coming from.
どうしましょうか。ぜひまた来てくださいね。 どうしましょうか。ぜひまた来てくださいね。
どれどれ
On the hunt. Eddie works at one of the roasted chestnut stalls I run, but it's been a few days now since he's shown up, and considering his past with Desire, I worry he might have had some sort of run-in with a few gangsters. Would you mind looking into what happened to him for me? If you need any more info to work off of, I'll be at the terrace in front of the station. Manager Thompson. Are you the Thompson that sent in a request? Ah, yes. I take it that means you're the Spriggan, correct? You're a bit different from what I imagined. Well, the guy who usually does these jobs had to leave Edith for a bit. So we're helping him out by taking on the request ourselves. We're fully equipped to take care of things as well as any Spriggan would. We've also been made aware of the goings-on behind the scenes in the capital. You can rely on us. I see. In that case, I feel like I've seen that woman before. Maybe it's just my imagination. Shall we get down to it then? Of course, whenever you're ready. Your request was about someone named Eddie going missing, right? That's right. I'll go ahead and give you the full rundown. You see, I run several food stands throughout the capital. Eddie started working a stand selling roasted nuts at the end of last year. Eddie. That's a name from Van's notes. The son of the general store owner in Old Town. He used to be a member of a gang called Desire. A former gang member, huh? Sounds like foul play could be involved. Is that why you put out a 4 SPG instead of going to the guild or the police? That's right, but I'm telling you, Eddie's turned over a new leaf. He's a real hard worker. I just can't believe that he'd up and leave without saying a word to anyone. So, do you think you could find out what happened to him? What do you think we should do, Suchan? Of course we'll accept. Alright, leave it to us. Well, I certainly have no objections. Not to mention, if there's any possibility that he's in danger, it's my duty to help. I appreciate it. Please, find out whatever you can about what's happened to Eddie. I'd like to lend you all a hand, but I do have to get back to work after this. If you find out anything in the meantime, please feel free to contact me. Okay, we'll do our best. Alright then, I'll be waiting for some good news. Desire, huh? According to Van, several of their members were brutally killed a couple of days ago. And now, a former member's gone missing. It's certainly possible that these events are connected, but we shouldn't jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let's take things slowly. We should start by talking to people in Van's network who might know Eddie. Well, we know who Eddie's mom is, don't we? Let's get to it then. To Newberry General Store.
とっとと片付けるぞ。
の景気はどうかのう。
行くよ。
あら、今日も精が出るわね。
Oh, hello. Are you Brenda? Yes, I am. And I assume you're the substitute Spriggans filling in for Van? You mentioned you might stop by while he was gone. Sounds like he laid the groundwork for us then. What a nice guy. Well, he may have a tendency to act aloof at times, but you can always count on him to take care of his own. That particular aspect of his hasn't changed a bit. He mentioned you as well, Elaine. You're here to watch over them in his stead, right? My, someone like you helping Van out. I guess he really has moved up in the world. That aside, we actually came here to ask you something. It's about your son, Eddie. Eddie? Has something happened to him? Said he was finally getting his life on track. I mean, he's been coming by so often lately. But then he just stopped. And nobody I've spoken to has seen or heard from him either. I'm starting to worry. Well, there's no need to jump to conclusions just yet. Although it is a bit concerning that he hasn't been home recently. Eddie hasn't shown up at work either, so his boss at the food stand wanted us to check on him. And that's why we came to you. We were hoping he might have told you where he was headed. That boy, causing trouble for his boss too. Well, I'm not sure how helpful this will be, but when I last saw him, he seemed a little anxious. He told me he wasn't going to be back for a while. I figured he meant he was going to be busy with work. I have a feeling he's gotten himself wrapped up in some trouble with that old gang of his. After all, they were pretty angry about him leaving. I'm worried they might still hold a grudge against him. I understand your concern, but I think that the chances of that are pretty low. Most of Desire's leaders are either dead or in custody. As an organized gang, they're practically finished. Yeah, I doubt they have the manpower to go after everyone who left. Really? That still doesn't explain where Eddie's gone. Listen, if you have the time, I genuinely appreciate you keeping an eye out for him. I need to make sure that idiot son of mine is safe. Leave it to us. We'll do everything we can to find him. Well, now we know he hasn't been home either. Couple that with the fact he didn't tell his mom anything useful, and we're right back where we started. The Blacklight District's probably going to be our best bet, though. Considering the people involved, I mean. Actually, I suggest we seek out a more reliable source. I believe Van mentioned wanting to introduce you if the opportunity presented itself. Using her Zypha, Elaine called up this particular reliable source. Hello there. You must be Van's newest little assistants. My name's Bermati, and I'm a bartender. However, I'm also well known for my intimate relations with Van. Is that so? Oh, I'd love to hear any stories you have. Although I understand any hesitancy you may have about him, he's one of the best information dealers out there. Both Van and I make great use of him. But with that, let's get back to business. Bermati, there's something we'd like to ask you. Anything for you, Elaine? Based on the timing, I assume you'd like to know about the happenings surrounding Desire? Sounds like you know exactly what's going on then. Of course I do. These past few days, their remaining members have been disappearing one after the other. It would seem the other gangs have finally declared a hunting season. Some of their members have faced capture already, though many more have gone into hiding. Hunting season? Desire was an organization with its fair share of cunning leaders, and those leaders always made sure they were at the top of the underworld. To see their ambitions fulfilled, however, they made the choice to trample upon a number of other gangs. Unsurprisingly, this created enemies. Enemies who have the perfect opportunity to enact revenge on their past tormentors now that Desire's down on its luck. Is that the gist of it? Bingo. The situation has been escalating at a rapid pace lately. Most of these hunters aren't even attempting to hide who they're targeting anymore. Actually, it seems that one group was recently acting up at the Center March. That might be a good place to start. Right, I appreciate the intel. We'll head over now. There's no need for thanks. After all, only the best for my dearest Van and Elaine. Swin and Nadia, darlings, feel free to use little old me to your advantage in the future. If you're ever in a pinch, just give me a ring. Of course, we appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, Barry. Oh my, now that's a new one. I'll be looking forward to chatting with you in the future, Nadia. Oh, it looks like our next destination is set. We'll look into what the gangs were doing at the march and see if we can get some info on Eddie. Yes, we don't know for certain if he's the target of this hunting season. But you have to admit the timing's a little convenient. No way it's not related. We don't have any other leads at the moment either. Let's find someone familiar with the march and see if they know anything. While we're here, we might as well
向かうとしよう。
do as much exploration as we can.
オリジナルのアクセ見ていきな。
Gather up shards and whatnot. I think this was the quest that clued me in that there was an upstairs section here. That I missed for 2 chapters or whatever. Oh yeah, the coffee and tea haters. That was a nice little NPC side story thing. That's everything. Of course, there's a big one up there. Okay. Sometimes it's nice to have a change of scenery before settling down with a good book. This year's edition of the Criminal Compendium looks especially gruesome. I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Oh, this girl's got good taste and hobbies. She must be one of those true crime fanatics. Really questioning what your definition of good taste is. Still, Van's files did mention a true crime buff who made for a good source of intel. Said she was usually in the Tyrell district, but I guess she's here now, conveniently for us. Finding a new spot to read up about the felons of the world and their sordid deeds is actually a nice change of pace. This should help me make some good progress on my intellectual pursuits. People going after former Desire members? Yes, something like that has happened around here. Some people last night in the back alleys were wondering if I saw anyone that could be a Desire member. I didn't want to get involved, and personally, I think it's much more interesting to watch from the sidelines. I see. Doesn't look like there's much of a hunt going on now, though. That's probably because they moved to another location. You're a sharp one. The Desire members aren't idiots. If someone comes to search you out, you'd naturally find a place to lay low for a while. Place to lay low? I would think the most likely place to do so would be the sewers. Up until recently, Jeffrey and the others were using it as a temporary hideout. I think you might just be right. I saw some rough-looking types run off in that direction a little while ago. Guessing they were found out and had to resort to bunkering down in the sewers. Sounds like we got here just in time then. Let's head out. Yeah, we should get going. Zyre was made up of nothing but lowlifes, sure. But those other 2-bit gangsters aren't any less rotten for kicking them while they're down. It's the sort of thing that's fun to read about from an outsider's perspective, but the more you find out, the farther away from it you want to get. Damn it! Didn't I just say we were in the wrong? Please, just let me go. I'll give you all my Mira. Shut up. No amount of Mira is going to pay us back for all the years of suffering you guys put us through. Desire's reign is at an end. Now get down on your knees and beg like the dogs you are. Guess these Desire pricks weren't so high and mighty after all. Pisses me off that we were under their heel for so long. How about we tie their legs and let them go for a swim? No, please. You don't really want me to die, right? What's with the sudden appeal for mercy? Don't you remember when you did shit like this? That'll be enough of that, I think. Sorry, but I'm not willing to overlook senseless violence. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. Looks like that info was spot on. They should know what's going on. Well, they'll spill their guts one way or another. Although, I would prefer we not resort to violence if we can help it. If you all answer our questions, this matter could be resolved peacefully. Hey, that woman over there, isn't that the Blade or something bracer? The hell are you talking about? You think some famous person would get involved in our little spats? Look, I don't know why you're here, but if you get in our way, you better be ready for a beating. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Boo, why can't you learn to use your brains for once? If you've already made up your mind, then let's get this over with quickly. And there he goes. Leave him be for now. You need to take care of the perpetrators first. Damn it, you let them get away. They're just a couple of brats. Come on, let's get rid of them. That woman looks like she could totally beat ass though. She'll be too busy defending the kids. Just surround them. Here they come. Alright, why don't you tell us what you know? I can't believe we lost to some kids and their chaperone. Hey, I can't move my body. What did you do? Is String? It won't come off. Yep, it's a special thread of mine, as fine as spider's silk. The strongest of the strong couldn't get out of this stuff. It'd be practically impossible for guys like you to get out of it. That's what you think. Well, if that won't hold you back, why don't we try this? Ha! What did you do to me? I don't feel so good. So dizzy. All I did was give the thread a little tug. More importantly, are you going to answer our questions or not? Honestly, I'm fine with whatever you choose. We'll just leave you here and wait for all the blood to build in your head. You want to know what happens after that? I know that you're concerned, but you could leave it to Nadia. This method never fails to get results. She won't cross any lines. Yes, well, considering you two were trained by the Gardens, forgive me if I have my concerns. I understand you have your faith in her, but there's almost certainly a difference between what you and I believe crosses the line. Just know that if things get out of hand, it'll be my duty to stop her. With Elaine's input, Nadia was made to perform a more subdued line of questioning on the gang members. In the end, they informed the group of their aims without creating any further fuss. So, it seems that Eddie really was a target. Doesn't sound like anyone's managed to find him yet, though. I don't think they were lying either. That reminds me. Brenda said he dropped by a few days ago, right? Yeah, and that's when he mentioned he wouldn't be around for a while. In light of what we know about the hunt for former Desire members, it seems most likely that Eddie hid himself away so as to not get his mother involved. However, there's no guarantee he could keep himself safe until the end. Our client's request was to figure out what happened to him. So, we should focus on actually finding him first. At the moment, nothing else matters. In that case, why don't we head to the St. End district? Based on what those gang members said, it seems that's where he's most likely to be. They did say that a former Desire member had holed up somewhere over there. It also sounded like they'd already started their search of the area. We should hurry. There's a police station in the area, so it should be relatively safe around here. However, the spot in particular is known to be a place where shady people frequent. No, stop! Hey, what do you think you're doing? The kid's got nothing to do with this. Stop, get back here! What was that? Let's go take a look. Just heard a scream. Is everything alright? These gangsters just came up out of nowhere and accused us of hiding someone. We told them we didn't know what they were talking about, but they took Frala with them as a hostage anyway. Frala? She's one of the girls on our team. Simon, our captain, went to go chase them down. Looks like we don't have time to waste. Do you know where they might have gone? The sewer entrance under the bridge would be my best guess. They ran off in that direction at least. It'd be the most likely hiding place. Got it. Leave everything to us. Sewers again? It's like they're into the smell or something. No time for complaining. Let's go. This must be the St. End sewers. Nadia, you sensing anything? Yeah, it feels like a bunch of people just came through here. I think I can hear some voices too. They must be up ahead then. We're not too late. I'd heard that you two were quite skilled, but that was an impressive analysis. This does seem to be where the gang members ran off to. Let's remain cautious moving forward. Huh. That still exists, huh? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Simon, come on. We all know about your friendship with Mark. I get that you're trying to cover for your friends a desire, but even Eddie? That's real low. I'm only going to say this once. Talk about Mark again and you get a face full of fist. That's besides the point anyway. I ain't covering for anyone. Even if I was, Eddie left Desire ages ago. What, you think we'd just take his word for it? You don't start talking, I'm sure we can find another way to get those lips flapping. Simon. The longer it takes you to fess up, the more time we have to think of ways to put this girl to use. Sure, we can have all kinds of fun with her. But if that idea doesn't sit well with you, maybe it's time to rethink where your loyalties lie. Dirty bastards. Who are you? I apologize for the delay, but we'll be taking it from here. Some wannabe heroes, huh? We've got a hostage. Try anything and see what happens. This girl's skin will split like a grape. A hostage definitely complicates things. If push comes to shove, we might need to rely on Nadia's abilities. Get your dirty paws off her. Ah, damn this kid. Eddie? Finally decided to show your face, huh? Eddie? Well, that was certainly unexpected. Frolic, get over here. Simon, got it. Don't worry about me. Take the kid and get out of here. Alright, thanks. Be careful. So, the brat escaped, huh? But damn, you sure picked a good time to jump in, Eddie. Saved us the trouble of having to look for you. Look, if it's me you want, nobody else has to be involved. So you're Eddie, huh? You have a bit more backbone than I was expecting. We were asked by Thompson and your mother to find you. The manager and my ma, huh? Bunch of busybodies. Well, for the moment, we can see that you're fine. We'll talk about what comes next after we deal with these guys. You better be ready to show us a good time after you ruined all our fun. Make sure you get your hands on Eddie. It'll be a pain in the ass if he runs off again. Don't worry about me. I've dealt with my share of punks before. Of that, I have no doubt. Bunch of punks. If that had gone on any longer, I might have been in trouble. Give up. You have no chance of winning. Unless you wish to be needlessly injured, I suggest you surrender. Shut up. We ain't going down that easily. Come on, get up. I'll call the others. You guys don't know when to quit. Guys who can't tell when to give up aren't exactly popular with the ladies, you know? I sure am tired, though. It's okay if I take a little nap here, right? Why would that ever be okay? If you're tired, you're more than welcome to have a rest in our hotel suite. You're with the Bank of Edith. They're the ones from the fake kidnapping case, aren't they? I heard the old man was her bodyguard. What are you doing here? Especially you, Brizelia. You promised you'd stay out of trouble. That's my line, Eddie. You knew you'd be in danger, but you still ran off on your own. If you don't want to cause trouble, then don't make others worry on your behalf. I see. I believe I understand the issue now. Let me be clear. Eddie is no longer involved with Desire. In fact, he's been received as an important guest at our hotel. I'd like to ask that you take your leave. If you bring harm to our guest in any way, shape, or form, we will show no mercy. What a pain in the ass. Screw it. No benefit to begging Eddie anymore. Let's just clear out. Are you kidding? We're gonna give up just like that? You don't get it, do you? Bringing him in wasn't gonna make us any Mira anyway. And with these guys involved, the costs outweigh the benefit. So I'm free? I don't have to keep hiding? Mr. Rumsfeld, thank you for your help. It seems you were far more involved than I imagined. Care to explain how you ended up here? Of course. We've known Eddie for a while now, you could say. We only did what we could to help him. However, you must all be exhausted after that incident. Rather than standing around in a sewer, why not return with us to more comfortable lodgings? So, in other words, you were holed up around here the entire time. Yeah, as soon as the other gang started taking refuge, I figured it was only a matter... taking revenge, I figured it was only a matter of time before they came for me. I didn't want to cause any trouble for my ma, so I thought I'd just lay low till it all blew over. Actually, I started chatting with Brasilia here through orb mail some time ago. When he suddenly stopped answering my messages, I was worried sick. Felt like I had no choice but to put a search out for him. Finally found him taking shelter in an abandoned building. Of course, Eddie was hesitant to come with us, but we couldn't just leave him all alone and defenseless. I owe him a lot, so I wanted to do everything I could to help him in return. That's right. He helped to resolve the kidnapping situation you were involved in, didn't he? Ah, I remember now. The man's notes said something about Eddie thwarting the leader of Desire's real goal. Well then, I trust you now understand why we were so adamant on protecting Eddie. Originally, we had intended to offer him a place to stay in safety. However, he eventually ended up running off into danger all on his own. I suspect you could surmise the rest. I know they did me a solid by covering for me. I shouldn't have run off like that. But those rats started bringing in people who had nothing to do with any of this. I couldn't let that happen. You've truly matured, Eddie. However, it should be known that Miss Brasilia was the one to decide on coming to your aid. He was so brave for standing up to them. I just wanted to give him a hand. Wow. Guess I really owe you one, huh? Well, aren't you two an interesting pair? I suppose it's more of a sibling relationship, though. Much different from me and Su-chan. Yeah, sure. Anyway. We've already contacted Thompson. He should be here soon. I see. Looks like I made him worry, too. You think he'll be mad? I know everything's settled down, but if he or my ma got wrapped up in this, I don't think you need to worry about that. Those gang members mentioned they weren't getting much benefit from targeting former Desire members. I think they've given up on pursuing you any further, Eddie. You should be safe. I've already reported this situation to the guild. Any hunt of theirs will be put to an immediate end. Wow. You already gave a report to the guild? You really got your stuff together, Blade Lady? Huh. Guess that means I don't need to go back to hiding then. You found Eddie? Thompson, sorry for making you worry. There's no need to apologize. I heard you had a lot on your plate. From now on, I hope you'll feel you can come to me for any help you might need. And you all, thank you very much. It seems you went well beyond just finding the boy. Be sure to send the payment over as soon as I can. Thank you. We were happy to help. Another successful day of substitute spriganing. I'd also like to thank everyone at the hotel for all you've done for Eddie. Please, it was no problem at all. We simply returned an old favor. Yes, Eddie helped me, so it was my turn to help him. Eddie, you should make sure to take it easy for a while. I'm sure your mother must be worried sick. I'm sorry to ask more of you so soon, but would you mind making sure he gets home safely? Yeah, no problem. The adventure doesn't end till you're safe and sound in bed. Hey, don't go thinking you could start pushing me around. I'll go see my ma if I wanna. Can't you be a little more honest with yourself? You do care about your mum a lot, after all. Well, of course I do, but it's kinda embarrassing. Geez, I ain't got a leg to stand on when it comes to you, Briselia. Alright, I'll go see my ma. Glad to hear it. Actually, this is a good chance for me to finally meet your mom. I've been wanting to meet her for a while now. Yes, seeing as you and Miss Briselia plan to remain in contact, I would appreciate the chance to learn more about you. It's prudent that I thank the woman who raised such a fine young man. But you're all overreacting. Hey, you guys, say something. Thank you so much for finding my idiot son. Same to you as well, miss. I appreciate all the trouble you've gone to bring him back. Can't believe they actually came home. There's hardly any need for thanks, madame. We were pleased to help where we could. That being said, have you heard of the rather fantastic display of courage that Eddie gave? Yeah. Even though he was being hunted, he went out of his way to help others in need. And when that happened, he said, "My goodness, to think my little troublemaker could be so brave." Ah, you don't need to go over every little thing I did. Come on, this is so embarrassing. I think we could see ourselves out. Yes, we did our best to protect the peace. For now, let's leave them be. Aw, they were just getting to the good stuff. Yeah, maybe next time.
これにて解決だね。入金を確認したわ。
I'm quite pleased to have made acquaintances with Eddie's mother. But I'll admit, I find myself a bit perplexed. His mother seemed so kindly after all. What could have driven him to becoming a delinquent? Well, in any case, his mother is a wonderful woman. Now I needn't be so worried about his influence on the young miss. Looks like Miss Briselia has taken quite an interest in Old Town as well. Come to think of it, I believe I've heard that bistro across the way has procured quite the following recently. Perhaps it would behoove us to dine there tonight. Out of curiosity, Eddie was born and raised here, correct? Makes me wonder what he was like at my age. Curious, are we? Oh, the stories I could tell you. He was such a cute and obedient little boy back then. Then, one day... Hey, shut your trap, Ma, and quit egging her on, Briselia. Glad I was able to see a new side of Eddie, and Brenda was so welcoming too. I've never had the opportunity to come to Old Town before. All the sights are quite new to me. Maybe I should have a look around. I know I said it before, but thanks for all your help, guys. You've been filling in for Van, right? Guess that means I owe Arkride Solutions again. I think it's about time I learn how to clean up the messes I make. Sally is such a good girl, don't you think? How she ever made friends with my rough and tough son is beyond me, though. Maybe I should talk to him. Make sure he doesn't start any trouble for the young miss. Poor guy. His manly side is crumbling. Alright. Damn, I can't believe we're already up to 4 hours in it. Alright, just gotta make sure to check my email throughout the day because they might tell me my new tower is ready.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。またいつでもどうぞ。
That chick definitely knows who's swinging that guy, right? What's this? The substitute Spriggans are gracing our establishment already? And with the Sword Maiden as their chaperone, no less. The groomers held weight after all, it seems. Wow, news must travel fast when you're a front for Heiyue. Fans' notes did mention that. Should we be on our guards? It's better than being caught unawares, but there's no need to go overboard. This restaurant is kept in check by the guild and vice versa. Essentially, the family it belongs to is run by a neutral elder. Now, enough with the glaring. This is nothing more than a humble eatery. Besides, it's not as though we have any sinister plans for you in particular. We'd even be willing to strike a deal if push comes to shove. How about if we just want to come here and eat like normal people? Is that okay? Anytime. Believe it or not, our food has one of the best reputations around. I could vouch for the taste, so please, feast away. It would be our pleasure to lighten your wallets. There are a number of different families in Heiyue, and not all of them are as prudent as ours. Matters are growing harried on that front, but it's nothing you need to concern yourselves with. You may end up petitioning some more Spriggan assistance, though, if the situation demands it. If I recall correctly, the Lai family was quashed when its collusion with Almata was uncovered. Heiyue must still be dealing with the aftermath of that. Hello. Take your time and let me know when you're ready to order. Not much of a talker, this chef. Kinda gives me a funny feeling, though. Yeah, I think you're onto something. Little wonder those two would notice. This man is a martial artist of Heiyue, but it probably doesn't stop there. Oh, this food cart here looks pretty promising. Welcome. Care for a drink? I have a few desserts on offer as well. Looks like you've given some of your menu items an Eastern spin. Guessing you tweak things according to where you set up shop. Gino's familiarity with Eastern culture lends an authenticity that goes beyond just a mere spin. Achieving this level of accuracy speaks to your considerable amount of skill and experience, though. On the contrary, I still have much to learn. The best beverages are those that are tailored to the customer's mood, not to mention the current temperature and humidity. It's a simple concept, but profound all the same. Even now, I'm working to improve day by day. All this mixology talk's really working up a thirst, huh, Suchan? Yeah, maybe we can get something non-alcoholic for ourselves. It's been about a year since I opened this mobile bar, but I still feel there's more I can get out of it. On that note, there's been noticeably less foot traffic around here than usual. The temporary closure of Esprit Cinema seems to be the main cause of that. I'm looking forward to the crowds it'll bring upon its grand reopening. I meant be like that.
美味しいポップコーンはいかが？
どれどれ
Oh. I can see it, but I can't get it. Oh. You meet Marielle. And I've never seen Marielle this gung-ho before. Apparently the editor-in-chief's given her a little more freedom to act on her own as a reward for her accomplishments last year. One minute I'm showing her the ropes and the next she's climbing up above me. Can't tell if I'm more proud or jealous. Last year I kept getting assigned to other departments that needed a hand, but much to my relief, they're having me focus on the culture section for the time being. It'll mostly be Z1 coverage though, so I'm gonna have to rev my engines to keep up. Oh, nice of you to visit, Elaine. And who do we have here? These are the substitute Spriggan's van appointed to fill in for him while he's out of the capital. I issued a request to the both of them, hence why they're assisting me right now. How do you do? I'm Na-chan and this is Su-chan. You must be Marielle. We read about you in the files Van left us. Wow, you sure are polite. Na-chan and Su-chan, was it? Her name is Nadia and mine is Swin. She's just messing with you. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Oh, sounds like you two must be pretty close. I learned about that criminal who appeared at the Republican Army garrison, by the way. Nothing of note has happened since the incident, so the police and government are both at a standstill. On top of that, there's another troubling case I've been keeping tabs on recently. A journalist I looked up to told me to follow my intuition, so I'm going to stick this one out a bit. A journalist she looked up to. I think I can guess who that might be. Not really following, but I like the confidence. Good luck out there. Still got a lot to learn as a journalist, but for now, I'm going to follow my gut and pound the pavements in search of a scoop. It was nice meeting you, by the way. If you run into any good leads, be sure to let me in on them. Alright, Treon. Oh.
向かうとしよう。
Same day, 11:05 a.m., 3rd District, Treon Tower.
遠くでしか見たことはなかったが、近くで見ると思った以上に壮観だな。
オルキスタワーの方がかっこよくないと思っていたなあちゃんだったけど、これは評価を改める必要があるかも。
Keep in mind that Crossbell's Orcus Tower serves a very different purpose from Treon Tower. It wouldn't be fair to judge them by the same metrics. Yeah, names aside, Orcus Tower is more of a skyscraper. Treon Tower, on the other hand, is better described as general infrastructure. It acts as a relay transmitter for broadcasting orbal waves throughout Edith. That's only one of the various roles it fulfills. Managing all of Edith's network comms has probably been the biggest one these last few years. Hold on, something doesn't add up here. Treon Tower was designed by Professor Epstein, right? That was 50 years ago, just after the Orbital Revolution. Correct. It was initially built as a clock tower, complete with meteorological instruments. About 20 years later, they installed a radio facility. It took another 2 decades before they implemented support for all manner of orbital communication waves. But the tower's overall shape and frame are basically unchanged. Which implies Professor Epstein saw modern orbital networking coming a whole half-century before it was invented. That's rather far-fetched, though it's a little frightening how I can't actually refute you. Pretty flaky of the guy to leave all these crazy predictions and inventions behind. It's definitely not impossible, though. Who cares about all that mumbo-jumbo anyway? This is a perfect chance to take in all the sights. Come on, Su-chan, what should we hit up first? Do we look like tourists to you? For making the rounds, covering the establishments around the mall would be a good start. As far as views go, the most impressive one here could be found on the tower's observation deck. That being the case, what do you say we save the best for last? Now you're talking. Good thing we have a local to give us the inside scoop, huh? Are you sure about this? We're still on the job here. This is the route we'd have to take on our investigation anyway. Besides, there's no harm in mixing business with pleasure a bit on your first day in the capital. I imagine you haven't had much chance to enjoy the city outside of your 4 SPGs. Wow, if the Sword Maiden had a third B, it'd stand for big-hearted. No wonder everyone looks up to you. Yeah, you're almost nothing like Van said you'd be. And what exactly did Van say I would be? Crap. Open mouth, insert foot. Oh, you know, scary, demanding, the kind of lady we should watch our step around. Hey, why'd you go and tell her all that? Because I'm an ally to scorned beauties all over the world. That's when? Well, that's enlightening. I'm sure Van was only playing it up for laughs. Oh, no need to defend the man. He could do so himself in person. Now then, shall we be off? I'll lead the way. Who knew smiles could be that scary? A maiden's heart is like a maze of landmines. Better start taking notes, Su-chan.
ご覧になってくださいませ。お気に召したなら幸いですわ。
Definitely get
こっちじゃないよ。
a big back room. I knew there had to be shards in somewhere.
トリオンモールへようこそ。首都のランドマークトリオンタワーをはじめファストパスあります。まもなく2番スクリーンを開場いたします。チケットをお持ちのお客様は入場口までお越しください。
Alright. Oh, Natty and Swen are both... Okay.
Sa.
ただいま売店にて上映作品のグッズを販売中です。
俺は警備マシナリーか。少し違うようだが。
確かベルヌ社の新製品掃除用ロボットね。トリオンモールで限定的に試験導入されているらしいわ。
一家に一台。なあちゃんのゴロゴロライフにはぴったりかも。
どうしようかしら。
トリオンモールへようこそ。首都のランドマーク。
Looks like business is booming. This is one of the Vern Company's retail locations. No wonder. Can't go anywhere without hearing that name. Naturally, they sell a variety of ornaments for home use, but in recent times, they've focused their efforts on bringing Zyphas to general consumers. The all-in-one communication devices found here offer the same specifications with none of the combat functionality. You can even give them an in-store test run before making a purchase. Zyphas, huh? Nadia and I use them ourselves. It's impressive how far they've come without the Epstein Foundation's involvement. Feels like they're leaps and bounds ahead on the old Vern versus Rhineford rivalry now. It's kind of bittersweet though. Call me old school, but I've gotten pretty attached to the Enigma and the Arcus units. Oh, those people there. Hey, is that who I think it is? Let's go up and get a closer look. Good idea. We may as well stop by and say hello. Stairwell should be just behind that door. Welcome. This is our customer service at Zypha adjustment counter. I keep mispronouncing. Actually, do I know you from somewhere? We're the substitute Spriggans filling in for Van while he's away. He gave us a few notes about people in the city, so we might know a thing or two about you already. And we might have bumped into each other in Krail Village. We lived there for a while about 2 years ago. Oh, that's right. I guess we must have seen each other then. I was always so busy trying to get Boss Goddard to approve of my work back then, I hardly had time for anything else. Still, he always made sure to cheer me on, and so did Mom and Dad. Sorry, I shouldn't have made everything so gloomy. No, it's alright, we understand. So they've been to Crail Village. It's been a while now since the explosion. What a horrible tragedy. I asked Sylvie if she had any work connections, but I never thought I'd end up at a place like this. I need to make sure I work hard while I'm here, not only to polish my skills, but to repay her for the favor.
どうするの？またよろしくね。
ようこそおいでくださいました。今後ともどうかごひいきに。ようこそおいでくださいました。今後ともどうかごひいきに。
どうするの？またよろしくね。
We'll go up and see them later.
あ、ミッシーだ。
やれやれね。
This is a Quincy Company store. They're one of the biggest confectioners in Zemuria. Your parents run this biz, right, Blade Lady? Oh, maybe you could get us some freebies? Read the room, Nadia. What I remember, their president was arrested last year. Fortunately, my involvement in the business ended when I took off from home. I'm afraid that means family benefits are out of the question. Aw, man. I can certainly give you my recommendations, though. Why don't we browse around? Huh. Didn't realize she made such a clean break from them. Feared the worst after that debacle with Father, but things seem to be recovering for the most part. That's one worry off my mind. Maxim! Moving on, with another competition just around the corner, where do you draw your inspiration? That's a great question. These days, my driving is fueled by love and gratitude. For my car, for my team, and for those out there in the stands. And for a few special others who are near and dear to me. I plan on carrying that on in the next race and showcasing my passion for this sport to the world. I see. As a matter of fact, many have been remarking on how your recent performances are stronger than ever before. This spirit of love and gratitude must be having a real tangible effect on you. You may be right about that. Could be because I've revised my training methods from the ground up. I've also begun doing research on how to push the pedal to the metal even further. Is that so? Would you mind going into more detail? What little Van has told me, I think I could guess who those near and dear ones are. Something to keep my eye on, I suppose. Top-level racing isn't something you can achieve through willpower alone. It's my belief that preparation is key. That way, you could be at your best no matter what the road has in store for you. More sage wisdom from Maxim Lugan. Is that the secret behind your climb to the championship title?
またお越しください。
皆さん、いよいよ共和国もミッシーがやってまいりました。さあ、皆さんご一緒にエンジョイミッシー。
ようこそリベールアンテナショップへ。ここはリベール王国の特産品や記念品を扱っている店よ。
こういう店は初めてだな。あの模型は初代のアルセイユ号か。
わお、ニガトマトが大量に。
Giga tomato. That's literally bitter tomato.
どれも自慢の一品ばかりですよ。またのお越しをお待ちしております。
ZCX の新製品から高級ワイン、ニガトマトまで、ぜひお手に取ってご覧ください。
Hey, Mishi, over here! Blows my mind how one simple mascot could take both the Empire and Republic by storm. That's no easy feat when you think about it. All of Mishi's brand management in Calvard is handled by Valis Investment Bank. Much of his popularity here could be attributed to their financial might. That being said, what's eating at you? You two are familiar with the original Mishi, correct? Take a closer look, if you would. Huh? Compare the Mishi you know to the way this one has been localized for the Calvardian market. Obviously, the most drastic discrepancy is the head-to-body ratio, but the size of his ears and the pattern on his tail differ subtly as well. Moreover, exaggerating his paws ends up compromising any sense of unity in his design. When added together, these seemingly minute factors have a considerable impact on his overall silhouette. Granted, this Mishi does have his own charms, but I'm disinclined to call him authentic. Whoa, we got a connoisseur over here. Let's let her have this one.
トリオンモールへようこそ。首都のランドマーク、トリオンタワーを。ファストファッションからベルムストア、映画館、各種アンテナショップも目白押し。トレンディーで刺激的な空間。
Well, what am I supposed to do now? My mirror is as good as gone at this point. Ah, get a hold of yourself, Ned. This is no time to call it quits. Maybe I could try out that thing people keep whispering about. This guy's really monologuing, huh? Can't say I'm not curious, but let's just leave him to it.
皆さん、いよいよ共和国もミッシーがやってまいりました。さあ、皆さんご一緒にエンジョイミッシー。トリオンモールへようこそ。首都のランドマーク、トリオンタワーをはじめ、ファストファッションからベルムストア、映画館、各種アンテナショップも目白押し。早くも人気沸騰中の T ファンもベルムストアにてお買い求めいただけます。皆様もぜひこの最先端の動力端末をご覧になってくださいね。
Ready evasion a lot. Does it actually get 80% evasion? That's crazy. Sounds like Mishy's show is drawing in another full crowd today. I work security here at Trion Tower, though, so sadly, watching it up close is out of the question for me. It's fine, though. Hearing the cheers and merrymaking from here is all the secondhand fun I need. So they force you into this, huh? Not that I'm complaining. Introduction of one of my favorite characters. Okay.
丁寧な分析レポート、本当に助かります。シュミット博士にも伝えておきますね。工場殿下もスポンサーの立場からの貴重なご意見をくださって本
I've missed her voice.
当にありがたいです。
ええ、どうかお願いしますね。
父も兄もこの結果には満足するかと思います。
やっぱりそうだ。
こんなところで会うなんてな。
スウィン君にナーディアちゃん、久しぶりだね。
ハミルトン博士、ハーシェル女子、どうもお久しぶりです。
Professor Latoya Hamilton.
ええ、こんにちは、エレインさん。
この人が三皇帝の一人、エル・ハミルトン博士が。
というか、そっちも知り合いなんだ。
Toa Herschel.
エレインさんとは私が所属している NGO の案件でお会いして以来ですね。
ええ、あの時は本当にお世話になりました。そしてこちらの方ははじめまして、オークレール様。そちらのお二人も。
Princess of Elsaim Zeta Asphalt.
エルザイム公国サルマンが一女、ジータースバールと申します。今日は多くの出会いに恵まれて嬉しいです。
エルザイムの公女。
シェリド殿下の妹君、先日レース場で拝見させていただきました。 こうしてお会いできて光栄です。あの場にいらしたんですね。剣の乙女の噂はかねがね伺っています。兄も何度かお世話になっているそうで。いえ、こちらこそ殿下にはギルドともども多大なるご支援を。
本物のお姫様だ。めっちゃ可愛い。
頼むから粗相はするなよ。
Swin and Nadia, was it? It's clear that you're friends of Toa's. But you don't quite seem to be bracers. They aren't. I've temporarily enlisted their help with their request is all. That's right. We just started a new gig in Edith as acting Spriggans. From missing cats to apocalyptic threats, Su-chan over here can handle anything. Thanks for overselling it, and don't act like all the work goes to me. Ah, now I understand. You're Arcade Solutions' interim replacements. I must say, the two of you make quite a distinctive pair. My brother has told me all about Arcade Solutions, and you're filling in for them? How wonderful! Imagine that. I'm a little surprised to see you two in that line of work. Fell into our laps, more or less. You think you're surprised? What are you doing all this way from Arabonia, Toa? Let me guess. Is it the old NGO grind? Yeah, it's one I got to help out with after graduating Thor's, the International Cooperative Organization. Things are beginning to pick up with them again, and I have some other business to take care of in Calvard anyway. So I made the choice to relocate here at the start of the year. Oh, that checks out. The ICO, huh? Feels like they keep ramping up their visibility more each year. Yes, their group addresses all sorts of international challenges that local governments can't handle on their own. And there's been an increasing trend of those kinds of issues throughout the country recently. Even here in the capital, Miss Herschel has been hard at work in more fields of expertise than I can count. It's difficult to believe that her real job is teaching at an Imperial Military Academy. Yep, she's one busy bee, all right. Oh, stop it. I don't do much at all, really. But enough about that. Back to this acting Spriggan business. How riveting. It has the air of something out of a movie or novel. I don't mean to oppose, but would you mind telling me about the case you're currently working on? Neither of us have a problem with it, but it's up to our client to decide how hush-hush we have to be. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a few details. So, Edith has been having orbital network problems. My brother told me about everything that happened in Basel last year as well. Things aren't bad enough to be an actual problem yet, but it's sketchy all the same. Would you happen to have any insight, Professor? As a matter of fact, I received a brief report about this courtesy of the Verne Company. Fortunately, there isn't much I can add at this stage. But at the very least, I have confidence that you're on the right track. Nice. We got the prof's stamp of approval. Even the smallest crack can eventually grow into a chasm. Our lack of foresight with those nuclear devices last year led to a tragedy, and what we're seeing now may be the early signs of something similar. All this to say, I appreciate you investigating the matter. Of course, if there's even a hint of malicious agenda behind this, we'll root it out and nip it in the bud. Spoken like a true bracer. Maybe my hearing's going, but that didn't sound like a royal we to me. I'm sure Elaine could manage, but we'll be counting on you two to help her get to the bottom of this. Would that I could offer more than well wishes. Still, I look forward to hearing the tales of your exploits. And if there's anything at all we could do to help, don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you, Professor. We'll just excuse ourselves then. See you later. These orbital network issues have an unmistakable stench of foul play about them. But while your investigation has me most curious, prying into things will only make me a hindrance. So instead, I shall wait with bated breath to hear the tales of your exploits. You three do your best out there, okay? I'm here to help too, so don't be afraid to reach out. Even I must admit these orbital network disruptions are a point of concern. Nevertheless, I am certain you substitute Spriggans will manage to uncover another angle of approach. Best of luck. Your investigation in the matter is much appreciated.
はだいたい行ったかな。
一通り回ったらタワーの方に行きましょう。
皆さん、いよいよ今日はリッシーがやってまいりました。
Are you done sightseeing around the tower? Yeah, hang on. Yeah, we've had our fill. So, now that we've taken a turn around Treon Mall, what are your thoughts? It's got a good vibe for people our age, and there's plenty of family-friendly spots too. Plus, it'd make a halfway decent date spot. I give it 4 stars. He wasn't asking for a review. Did you already forget why we're here? Who, me? No way. My clue radar just never went off, that's all. I kept an eye out myself, but I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary either. What about you, Swin? Same as you two, nothing special. I see. That just leaves the tower itself then. As much as I'd like to be all, woohoo, let's go. This is the part where we have to start taking things seriously, huh? The observation deck is open to the general public, but any orbital network facilities will be located elsewhere. I should be able to get us permission to investigate on that front. But we may want to see what the staff can tell us first. Makes sense to me. Break a leg, Blade Lady. We'll be waiting right here for you. You aren't coming? Talking things out will probably go a lot smoother without us. Trust me, we'd only get in your way. Well, alright. Make yourselves comfortable then. I'll go speak with the relevant employees and circle back. Alone at last. You know what that means, Su-chan. Time for a dating montage. Let's take a rain check on that. There's something else I'm curious about. Hey, there you are. Welcome back. You're by yourself? Where's Swin? I sent him on a little errand, but he should be back real soon. Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, Su-chan. That was quick. Find anything out? Unfortunately not. I spoke with security, but no one saw any suspicious persons enter or leave the building. Communications facilities and equipment are much different. Nothing unusual has been reported at all during their periodic inspections. So we're fresh out of leads. On the surface, yes. But that may change if we can examine the main control systems directly. That's why I took the liberty of getting us clearance. This is your area of expertise, right, Nadia? You really do your homework, huh? But, you know, there is one thing we could try. There is. You all done, Nadia? Just about. The comparison results should be popping up any second now. Results for what, exactly? Operation Robovac Trackdown. I beg your pardon? Our perpetrator is among them. They are... probably. I think you've tried her patience enough. Just give it to her straight already. Fine, fine. First, let me redirect your attention to one of the many mecha janitors roaming around us. At the risk of repeating myself, those automated cleaning machines operate exclusively in the 3rd District. They were brought in on a trial basis by Valis Investment Bank, one of Treon Tower's biggest sponsors. Right. But we reached out to Toa, who got in touch with Professor Hamilton, and she gave us the Robovac spec sheets, plus the source code for their main systems. This goes to show connections are everything. I'm surprised Professor Hamilton would authorize that. Turns out her offering to help wasn't just to be polite. Yeah, sweet old ladies like her are the best. So now we just use that data to analyze the Robovac's behavioral routines, adjust for the area's cartographic info, along with the active unit count and time frame, and presto, a complete map of every Robovac's pathing. I didn't even realize that was possible. Well, only because we had all the other parameters first. Besides, these calculations tell us where they're supposed to go, not where they actually went. That's where Su-chan came in clutch. I went around, attaching transmitters to any Robovacs that were nearby. Obviously, there was no way I could get every single one. But lucky for us, they could detect and coordinate with any friends of theirs nearby. So as long as enough units are being tracked, we can get a beat on pretty much all of them. Now, if I take the expected routes from earlier and cross-reference them with the ones on record, would you look at that? Some of them don't line up. Meaning, they were hacked? Bingo! There are security checks for people going in and out of Trion Tower, but they'd have no reason to suspect a cleaning machine they themselves are using. That makes the Robovacs a safe and reliable means of getting close to the tower's control systems. As for why nothing turned up in their inspections, the virus used to infect the network is probably self-destructing. In other words, after it does its thing, it removes any trace that it was ever there. Then, after the inspections are over, the perpetrator hacks a different robot, and the cycle starts all over. That way, they can exploit part of Trion Tower's control systems to commit their cyber crimes with no one the wiser. Pieces do seem to align. I have to say, I'm impressed you were able to put all of this together, Nadia. Though Swin deserves some credit as well for noticing something was off with the Robovacs in the first place. You could tell it was me? You call us impressive. Yeah, you're pretty quick on the uptake. They wouldn't have made me A rank otherwise. Would you mind walking me through your thought process? Well, if you really want to know, what tipped me off was the strange way some of the Robovacs were behaving. The routes they were taking felt less than optimal from a cleaning perspective. It was like they were trying to avoid being spotted or keep a low profile in the case that they couldn't. As someone who's used to staying under the radar, I tend to pick up on this kind of thing. So I see. Incidentally, have you two ever given any thought to becoming bracers? Is that an invitation? It is. The guild is always short-staffed. Our branch in Edith is especially in need now that fees return to Erebonia. And you wouldn't be the first people with a complicated past to register with us. It's surprisingly common, in fact. Well, as tempting as that offer sounds. No way, Jose! The guild burns their members out like a box of matches. And don't get me started on your working hours. I need to save all that room in my planner for back-to-back siestas. Yep, a lazy life of leisure is the only one for me. And there's your answer. Well, no shame in trying. Oh ho! I spy something on the move. Another Robovac strayed off its expected route. Can you say hacked? It just went in the tower through the back door, probably to launch another viral attack. Then we'd better launch an attack of our own. Right. Catching up to it should give us a clue as to who's responsible for this. It's headed through the observation deck. Onward and upward. Trion Tower observation deck. Here's the observation deck. Too bad we can't just kick our feet up. The Robovac should be past this door here. Looks like it went to the control room at the top of the stairs. Let's move in then. I've already received permission from security. Right. I'm really locked in here. Over there. I think it noticed us. We're blocking the only exit. There's nowhere to run. Shoot, it's gonna ram itself into the servers and corrupt the data. Not on my watch. He slashed out his legs faster than I could say holy moly. I barely even had time to blink. Less gawking, more investigating. The culprit is bound to have realized what happened by now. Got it. What the? I think we're out of luck. What? How? The hacking program's already started the auto-deletion process. And without better hardware, I won't have time to trace the signal back to the perp. At this rate, every last bit of data is gonna get wiped. I was afraid of that. This sucks. Everything past this point is out of my depth. If Ren were here, she'd know what to do. Could send for more personnel and better equipment, but it'd be too little too late. We finally found a lead and it's slipping right through our fingers.
どうやら困っているようね。
Professor Hamilton? What are all of you doing here? It was at Her Highness's suggestion, actually. See, I was simply beside myself with curiosity after learning what you were up to. Your call earlier suggested that you'd found some sort of clue in how those cleaning robots are acting. Since the network outages you're investigating are taking place all throughout the city, it stood to reason that you would head to the control room of this tower where Edith's orbital traffic comes through. You act like it's no big deal, but that's some top-tier sleuthing there. In any event, it would seem we made the right choice in coming. Nadia, why don't you try hacking in from your end? Huh? But it'll be fine, dear. Go right ahead. What do I do now? It'll be tough going if you jump in unprepared. So allow me to lend you this. Oh, how adorable. What a peculiar shape. Where have I seen it before? While this avatar is borrowed, it contains hacking tools made specifically for orbital networking environments. It should be more than manageable for someone of your ability. Ooh, color me impressed. Okay, here goes nothing. Got him. Mission complete. Managed to trace the signal back? All in a day's work for yours truly. Though, I couldn't have done it without that cute little Avi and his tools. Thanks a bundle, Prof. I'm just glad it worked out in the end. So now you know where the culprit is, right? Yep, there were several layers of dummy data to throw me off, but I made it through eventually. Sorry, one moment. Sorry about that. The coordinates of whoever's been hacking the Robovax and who's been messing with Edith's orbital network are right here. Where is here exactly? It appears to be just shy of the city's unofficial 13th district, otherwise known as the Blacklight District. Thinking back, this reminds me of something Zin mentioned. Supposedly, there's a desolate corner of the district where the air is so stagnant that even its residents rarely step foot inside. They call it the Condemned Sector. Yeah, that's fishy with a capital F. I mean, what better place to hole up in if you're looking to get some evil doing done? We'll just have to go down there and see what we find. I'm afraid the rest of us won't be of much help from here on. But I have faith that the three of you will be able to handle things just fine. Take care, everyone. Be safe, okay? We will. Thank you again for your assistance. See you around, Toa. If you're staying in Edith, it's only a matter of time before we run into each other again. Sorry to interrupt, but would you mind if I accompanied you to this condemned sector? I don't think that's a good idea. But Sharid has told me much of his first-hand experiences with Arkwright Solutions' escapades. If you're substituting for them, it only follows that I should take the place of my brother. Would that not be the natural course of things? That's a pretty big stretch. Not to mention, when I see the two of you interact, it feels as if I'm among old friends. What I mean to say is, you're the spitting image of the protagonists in my favorite book series. Your favorite book series? Yes, it follows a young assassin and the girl he calls his partner in their quest to defy fate. I highly recommend it. While I understand how you feel, Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't allow this. The Blacklight District is lawless as is, to say nothing of this condemned sector. We have no way of predicting what dangers might be lying in wait down there. I thought as much. It's disappointing to be certain, but I won't protest any further. Even if I had a bodyguard, there's no denying that I would only get in your way. Would that I could have borrowed Najee from my brother beforehand. Then it'd be a different story. Anyway, just leave it to us for now. We'll tell you about all our daring do next time we meet up, okay? I'll be waiting with bated breath. May Arusha's protection be with you. They're like trash, she said. Not ants. It's clear that the culprit is adept at hacking. I hope the three of you will stay safe out there. Good luck. I'm a little sad that I wasn't able to see you in action, but I'll be alright, so long as you tell me all about it after you complete your investigation. The Kadem sector sounds really dangerous. I'm sure you'll be okay as long as Elaine's with you, but do try to be careful. I am going to take a snack break. I'll be back. So... Ah. Oh, this is the dude that was fretting earlier.
どれどれ
T-phone fraud. Someone approached me at the Treon Mall a few weeks ago and asked if I was interested in buying a super cheap T-phone. I said yes, of course. But then I found out it was all a scam. Please tell me you could do something about this. I'll be waiting at the bulletin board in front of Treon Tower just in case. Ned. Are you Ned? We saw your 4 SPG. Oh, then you must be the Spriggan I've been hearing about. That's right. Although, we're actually just filling in for the real one for a bit. Huh. I'll be honest. I was expecting someone a little more shady looking. Glad you're not, though. Have I seen you somewhere before, miss? Don't mind me. I'm not actually a Spriggan. I just lend them a hand every now and then. Anyway, would you mind explaining your request in a little more detail? Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me explain. I guess to put it simply, I was swindled out of Mira. Some guys came up to me saying they had cheap T-phones on sale with just a few stipulations. T-phones? Those are the consumer-grade version of the Zifas that act as mobile terminals, right? Didn't they start selling them this year? That's right! They've been all the rage since they went on sale. It's supposed to be a top-of-the-line gadget. Up until now, mobile terminals have only been available to people like government officials or people in the guild or the military. But now, even your average Joe can get one. It's like we stepped into a whole new era. T-phone is like a status symbol. If you manage to bag one, the whole world will know how classy you are. You sure are passionate about them. Guys get psyched up about the weirdest things. Well, anyway, that's why I was so excited to head to the Vern store to pick one up. But a single T-phone is pretty expensive. They're like 20,000 Mira. That's way out of my price range, so I was starting to feel pretty bummed. Then, when I left the store, these two guys approached me. They showed me flyers for cheap T-phones and said they could hook me up with one for 5,000, with only a few stipulations. When I asked if they could tell me more, they took me to a nearby cafe to talk. So someone came along at just the right time and talked you into what you thought was a good deal. But what were these stipulations you mentioned? Well, the first thing they said was that even though these cheaper T-phones were official products, they got them from a problematic source. They were supposed to be distributed to the members of some institution, but these guys ended up getting them on the down low. On the down low. So what you're saying is they were sold illegally. Sounds like a deep-seated issue if that's the case. Yeah, but despite that, they told me not to worry because it was all a gray area. But if they did happen to get out to the police or the guild, they would have to stop selling them. They told me to keep the truth between us. They also told me that if it happened to break on me, I couldn't take it to an official dealer. Those were the two main stipulations they had. They wanted me to sign a contract and everything. I see. If there really was a gray area, you'd think they'd be a little less hush-hush about it all. Definitely sounds suspicious. I'm guessing you ended up signing anyway? Yeah. I was told they only had a limited supply and they were on a first-come, first-served basis. I panicked, you know? The real problem is what happened next. T-phone they sold me doesn't even work. It's a complete piece of junk. Doesn't have the camera functionality it's supposed to, and I can't even get a call to connect properly. I see. The very model of a scam. I mean, I do feel a little sorry for you, but you kind of brought this on yourself. So what do you want us to do about these scam artists? The thought of them getting away with this while I wallow in despair is a big bruise to my ego. While I do want them to get raked over the coals for this, I really just want you to get all my Mira back. I think you'd get both of your wishes if you reported this to the police. And yet, you decided to put out a 4 SPG request instead. I know what you're trying to say. I get that it's selfish of me. Here I am, wanting to get them back for swindling me, and I'm not willing to accept the consequences of my own mistakes. I don't see why it'd be such a big deal. Everybody looks out for number one in the end, right? Except for me, because I always put Su-chan first, no matter what. Oh, wait, though. Now that we've added a certain doll to the rankings... Oh, brother. Getting back to the matter at hand, this certainly sounds like a request that leans more towards the edge of the law. So what would the substitute Spriggans like to do about it? I don't mind taking on the job, but... what to do? Accept. Alright, I understand. We'll take the case. But as far as giving them grief goes, that'll depend on their response to us. You mean it? Oh, thank you. Well, with that settled, I guess I'd better drum up what little motivation I have. So, do you still have the flyer you said they gave you? I've got the T-phone at least. Here, you'll probably need it. I wish I had the flyer, but I actually ended up throwing it away. Well, the first thing to do is gather some intel on these guys. Right. They don't seem to be in the area right now, so we should be able to ask around without worrying we'll scare them off. In that case, why don't we head to the Vern store and see if anyone's seen a pair of scammers around. Maybe we should check in with some of the neighboring shops too. Make sure that those guys aren't selling brand name knockoffs of other products, right? Exactly. You're so smart, Su-chan. It's important we get a good idea of how widespread their operation is first. Although, it's likely they're not doing this with anything other than T-phones. If we're worried about other potential knockoffs, the Libero Boutique seems like it'd be a likely target. After all, they're said to stock a famous wine from Libero, the Grand Chardonnay. A single bottle could get pretty expensive depending on the year. I see. Guess we'd better get started then. It's probably for the best that we don't tell people we're investigating swindlers, though. Don't want to cause unnecessary panic. Let's just stick to asking if they know anything about cheap T-phone. Alright, I'll wait around outside the mall until you guys reach out. Don't want to risk running into them again, you know? Sure, we'll let you know what we find.
とっとと片付けるぞ。
Wait. Is this like Mayor Maybell's maid, Lila? Welcome. Our store offers some of the finest goods produced in the Libero Kingdom. Might I suggest trying the frozen dinners? They're from a high-class restaurant in Bose called Antarose. Or perhaps an acerbic tomato would be more to your liking. We also have a figurine of a ZCF airship. It's too much. I'm getting some serious choice paralysis here. Actually, have you got any non-packaged Libero food? I'd be super interested in that. Trying a recipe that's been passed down from generation to generation would give me a taste of what Libero's really like. Nadia, this is a boutique, not a restaurant. Actually, we have been thinking about opening an in-store eatery. Our plan is to hire someone who could prepare and serve some fresh Libero cuisine. Oh, really? That sounds nice. We'd very much like it if you visited us again once we begin that service. Wow. Here I was thinking I'd throw you off your game by pointing out a missed opportunity. The very reason we opened this boutique was to share the charms of the Libero Kingdom with the world. And we will spare no expense nor make any compromises to see that end accomplished. Now why don't you have a look around? I'm sure we have something that will pique your interest.
どれも自慢の一品ばかりですよ。またのお越しをお待ちしております。
少しいいか。
Mall has a lot of shops carrying high-end goods. One sec. We should check and see if any of them are experiencing a scam similar to the one with the T-phones. Sorry, but could we bother you for a moment? Swin and the others told the clerk about the cheap T-phones, then asked if she'd seen anything similar happening with other products. Fortunately, I don't believe I know much about cheap T-phones. And I haven't heard anything regarding scams on high-end products either. The only product of ours that would be a potential target is our Grand Chardonnay. I don't think we've had any complaints or returns though. I doubt we have any reason to worry there. Sounds like this store isn't being targeted then. Yeah, a swing and a miss. But for a silver lining, I guess now we know that there's only one shop that's having issues. Well, now that I think about it, there has been one thing I found concerning. Recently, I've seen a couple of men posting flyers out in front of our store. It all just seems a little suspicious. I notice them sometimes on my lunch break. Can you give us any more details about them? I started seeing the two of them around at the beginning of the year. I haven't seen them today, but they're here pretty much every day from the afternoon till evening. I often see the two of them discussing something while snooping around by the Vern store. They seem to be handing out their flyers to people on their way out. I assume they've been discussing who to target before they leave the store. Huh. That's actually some really useful information. Wow. You sure are pretty observant for having caught all that. I don't think your average person would think twice about what some guys handing out flyers are up to. Top of that, you're so refined and well-spoken, but not quite as stuffy as an aristocrat. Being so detail-oriented, it almost makes me think you used to work as a maid at some place super fancy. Do you always have to do that? Heh, you're very perceptive. If you're capable of deducing all that, I assume you must be no ordinary customer either. That's right, when a mystery presents itself, I've got no choice but to solve it. It's all part of my detective saga. Who do you think you're fooling? It's no problem. It's not as though I'm looking to hide it from anyone. When I used to live in Liberal, I worked in a city called Bose that was famous for its commerce. While there, I was a maid for a gentlewoman who supported me quite graciously. In fact, opening up the shop was her idea in the first place. Oh, really? Sounds like the person she's referring to isn't just any noblewoman. Now that I think about it, isn't the mayor of Bose a young woman? I've never been to Liberal before. Maybe I'll think about taking a trip soon. Oh, yes. If you have the opportunity, please do. I think it would make for a lovely holiday getaway. We'd better move on to our next stop, Su-chan. Right. This lady seems really taken in by this stuff. Guess she's really into Orbital hardware. I'll bet she knows something. Excuse me, miss. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions? Nadia and the others told the lady about their investigation into heavily discounted T-phones. Maybe she means like the ones that were on that paper, Mom. Oh, you mean the flyer we got after we left the Vern store? These two men came up to us out of nowhere and started trying to sell us on something. You got a flyer? Is there any chance you still have it on you? No, I tore it up after copying their info down. They kept going on and on about how there was a reason they were able to get their T-phones so cheap. I thought it was a little too suspicious. I refused their offer before they could explain any further. It's too bad about the flyer, but that was probably the smart thing to do. Is there anything else you can remember about them? Now that you mention it, they did seem a bit worried about something when we left. Something about not meeting today's quota and her being upset with them. A quota and her, huh? This could be useful information. So we have two men passing out flyers and trying to talk people into buying these T-phones. Some authority figure they refer to as her. Thank you both. You've been a big help. It was no problem at all. I hope you all find what you're looking for. Let's keep asking around and see if we can learn anything else. Yeah. Next stop, here we come.
ようこそおいでくださいました。今後ともどうかごひいきに。
どうするの？
Oh. This lady seems a little easier to approach than some of the other clerks. If you got a moment, do you mind if we ask you a few questions? Swin and the others told her about their investigation into heavily discounted T-phones. Cheap T-phones. Sorry, but I haven't heard anything about that. I've never really heard any of the other employees mention it either, so I doubt they'll know anything. We have a pretty good view of the area from the shop too, but I've never seen anybody putting up flyers or anything like that. Don't say. Sounds like they're being extra careful so they don't get caught. Guess that means they're not amateurs. What about T-phones that don't work? Heard anything about that? Oh, I actually have heard of that recently. That's a bit concerning. Would you care to elaborate? Well, I guess it's not really that big of a deal. For most people, the T-phone is their first mobile terminal. A lot of them can't figure out how to use them correctly or have trouble adjusting their settings. They'll come in and say it's broken. Most of the time, they just need a little walkthrough on how to use it, then they're on their way. Even if their T-phone was actually broken, we'd be able to repair it here in the store. I see. In that case, would you mind taking a look at this T-phone for us? Of course. Let's have a look-see. Huh? What is going on with this thing? Did you find what's causing the problem? Well, this is actually the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The outer frame is the same as any other T-phone, but the insides are totally different. It's not a T-phone or a Zifa at all. It's an Enigma. Looks like it's had all its combat functions removed. All that's left are the communication functions. An Enigma? I haven't heard that name in a while. I remember them being pretty mainstream 5 or so years ago. Oh, how times have changed. Even if it does have communications functions, there's no doubt it'd be difficult to connect to today's orbital network. And since it doesn't have the camera functionality, it's practically nothing compared to an actual T-phone. Our client said something similar too, that this T-phone was a piece of junk. With the Enigma being such an outdated model, they're probably selling for cheap on the black market. So they dressed them up to look like T-phones and started selling them at a lower price. I don't think I quite understand what's going on, but definitely sounds like bad news. I should probably go report this to my manager. Actually, sorry to ask this of you, but do you mind keeping this between us until we can finish investigating? We can't really give you anything in exchange, but I promise we'll report back once we've got everything straightened out. After that, you can tell anyone and everyone you want. Alright, I guess I don't mind. I am at least a little familiar with how a Spriggan works. You've been real kind to Lashkar too, so I think I could trust you guys. We really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for being so understanding. Just give us a bit and we'll be back with a full report, okay? Of course. I'll leave you to it then. Okay, I think we've got all the info we need. Let's go find a place to sort through the details. Aye, aye, Captain. Phew. We sure did talk to lots of people. What a productive day. Alright, why don't we pick this up tomorrow and go catch a movie? Let's throw work to the curb and get a little guilty pleasure in for once. You sure got an interesting sense of humor. Hey, your mouth says interesting, but your eyes say I am not amused. That's enough goofing off, I think. We should start going over everything we've learned so far. To start, we know that the two men who were handing out flyers have been spotted between afternoon and evening. We also know that they were specifically targeting customers they saw expressing interest in T-phones. Then they would sweet-talk them into purchasing a cheap T-phone, as well as signing their contract. However, the phones themselves are fakes. They're really just modified enigmas. There's also that boss lady the scammers are working under. We're probably going to have to make contact with her sooner or later. Yes, I agree. Which raises the question of how we're supposed to do that. I know we have one good option, but I'm a little reluctant to go down that route. I don't think there's any getting around it, Su-chan. Did you two have something in mind? I'm glad you asked. I recommend we deploy Nana and Su-chan's Operation Number 18, ma'am, using a decoy to lure the perp out. I see. That would be a good way to probe them for answers. I don't mind doing it if we really have to. It's just, you know how rusty I am, so try to keep the premise from getting too elaborate, okay? Your request has been acknowledged. In fact, I've already got a plan. Blade Lady, you'll be our backup, so I want you waiting in the wings not too far away. As for you, Su-chan, maybe we should get some new outfits from that shop over there. I'll put together a look that'll really bring out your eyes. Considering we don't know when the targets will arrive, I don't think we have time to waste shopping. Oh, Su-chan, you're no fun. Can I really be letting them handle this on their own? After that, Swin and the others found an appropriate place to wait for the two men to show up. Then, after 10 minutes or so... I'm so happy. It's been far too long since you and I have been on a date, hasn't it? So what are you going to buy me today, darling? This is no time to be embarrassed, Swin. Right now you just need to focus on getting our targets to believe we're a real couple. Well, since the company my father manages is doing so well, I think a little splurging can be arranged. He increased my allowance recently, so I figured, why shouldn't I buy something extra special for my honey bunny? Oh, that sounds exciting. What are you thinking of getting me? It's something that's been on my mind for a while, actually. Wouldn't it be nice if we could talk to each other anytime we wanted? That's why I'm buying us both T-phones. Yay! Oh, darling, you're the sweetest. I have more than a few concerns. They seem to be doing okay so far. Welcome. Are you shopping for T-phones today? Yes, my girlfriend and I would like to buy a pair. Let's just have a look at the price tag here. And 20,000 mira each. It's 40,000 mira for both of us. It would use up every bit of my allowance. What? You mean you're not going to buy me a T-phone, darling? I was so excited about it too. Should have known better than to expect you to live up to your word. But wait, I promise I'll get you one, honest. Maybe I could pay in installments? Is that an option? Why, of course, sir. Installments? Some kind of poor person? Come on, darling. I thought you were cooler than that. Oh, I'm in a real fix now. Everybody's staring. Hey, there's a young couple checking out the T-phone section. What are they like? Easy pickings is putting it lightly. They wanted to buy a set of T-phones, but looks like they couldn't afford it. Want to start with them for today? And I was so excited too. You break all your promises. I don't want to go on any more dates if you're just going to lie to me. I'm sorry, honey bunny. Please don't say things like that. I'll get some more allowance from my father the next time he's in a good mood, I swear. My, what a lovely young couple you are. I think we might just have some info to share that'll pique your interest. Well, this is very sudden. What kind of info? What's this? Cheap T-phones now on sale. They're all the rage. That's right. We're offering them at a highly discounted rate to specific customers only. While one of these incredible devices would normally cost you 20,000 mira, we can offer you the same product for a lowly 5,000 mira. 5,000 mira? No way. They have to be used or defective, right? Not at all. These are genuine, brand new merchandise. However, there is a reason we're able to offer them so cheap. We'd be happy to explain it to you over tea if you'd like. What do you say? Just between us, our supply is limited, and our inventory is running pretty low. I don't know if you'll get another chance like this. Oh, how lucky for us. Let's listen to what they have to say, darling. Yes, I suppose we should. Looks like they've made contact. Keep it up, you two. Anyway, that's the long and short of it. Even though our source is a little in the gray area, it's all completely safe and above board. The only issue we've been having is trying to keep up with demand. Personally, I think it'd be a real waste to let this opportunity slide. So, you interested? We really should buy them, darling. Like you said, there's a limited supply. Having to sign a contract does make me a little nervous, though. Don't worry, it's not your average contract with all their bells and whistles. The only thing you have to do is keep this all a secret. Can't believe they're this cheap and you still won't buy them. You're such a wuss. Fine, I've made up my mind. We'll take 2 of them. Wait, actually, we'll take 4 more. We need them for my honey bunny's friends, too. That's 6 in total. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. That's 30,000 Mira, and I insist on paying in cash. You really are the best, darling. I love it when you get all spend happy. Haha, this is great. That'll make our quota for today. Once we get the contract signed, let's head back and report this to the boss. Soon after, Swin signed the contract they provided and received 6 T-phones in return. Upon saying a quick farewell, the 2 men left Quincy Parlor. I'll go tail them. You 2 handle the rest, as discussed. Right. Thanks, Elaine. Phew. Seems like they bought it. I'm definitely out of practice. Well, I thought you were as good as you've ever been. You just need a bit more time in the field. Maybe another couple of dates will fix you up, darling. Please stop. I thought I was going to keel over in embarrassment. Anyway, let's get to inspecting these T-phones. Couldn't you wait just a little longer to switch into work mode? You're right though, we should be sure these are the same scam T-phones that the client bought. If I remember correctly, the lady at the Vern store turned this part like this and the insides look like what we saw back then. We'll know these are Enigmas too. Looks like he was right. The client was telling the truth after all. Yeah, let's find Elaine and see if we could catch those guys. Swin and Nadia left Quincy Parlor and reached out to Elaine. They let her know that the T-phones really were fakes made using Enigmas. Elaine explained that she was still in the process of tailing the 2 men. With a plan to meet up, Swin and Nadia boarded the subway and headed towards the Tyrell district. I see you made it. The men are over there. They were whispering about meeting their quota and going back to report to their boss. I was sure they'd be heading back to their hideout. Yeah, and standing out in the open sure isn't much of a hideout. I guess that means we gotta keep following them. Please don't tell me you're gonna start complaining again. You still got work to do. You'll have plenty of time to rest later. Huh! You 2 are so pushy. They're on the move. Let's head after them. Follow the 2 men. What do you mean lost? Get out of here. Those doors lead to the Tyrell District Waterworks. Looks like that's where they're headed. We'll probably get into some scuffles in there. I guess I don't mind pitching in to help. Alright, let's corner them before they have a chance to escape. That's how we managed to hit today's quota early. So with that said, we've been working this area for several days now, right? Think maybe we could take the rest of the day off? Sure, why not? If you've already hit your quota for the day, might as well pack it in, right? But you know what'll happen if you do, don't you? What are you getting at? You're right. It's important I be more straightforward. You see, I have no shortage of others who are willing to put their nose to the grindstone for me. We're sorry, boss. We weren't thinking. We know you've run operations like this all over Zemuria. We've got nothing but respect for you. We'll keep working past our quota, so please don't replace us. Is that so? Well, if you're so passionate about it, then I suppose you'd better get back out there then, shouldn't you? Yes, of course. We'd be glad to, ma'am. Whatever you say, ma'am. Sounds like textbook labor exploitation to me. Hey, you're those love-struck schmucks from earlier. You followed us? Yep, that's us. Love-struck schmucks. Now, bow before our romantic chemistry. Stop that. And would it kill you to deny the schmucks a bit? We're here on business from a client that you defrauded out of his Mira. What? Are you a Spriggan or something? I'm surprised. I don't recognize your faces. I see you brought an A-rank bracer along with you. Just what do you intend to do with us? A-rank bracer? I didn't realize it before, but that's the Sword Maiden. Damn it! You were working with those two all along? Just so we're clear, I'm not actually here on bracer business. But I also can't very well ignore an infamous counterfeiter and her accomplices. I filmed your entire conversation earlier on my Zypha as evidence. We have a client that just wants his Mira back. You know, Mira you swindled him out of. What do you think, Miss Sweet Old Lady? Mind handing it over without a fuss? Every single time. Don't get uppity with me, you little brats. Stalking other people and taking footage of them without their permission? You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. There it is. The world-famous tongue lashing. My ears can't take it. Sheesh, you're loud. And where did you get off lecturing us anyway, you old bat? Guessing that means you're not going to agree to our terms then? You think you've won just because you brought an A-rank bracer along with you? I've gotten through scenarios like these more times than you could count. You really think I wouldn't be prepared for this? Come out, boys. It's feeding time. She tamed those monsters? I don't think so. Their movement is erratic compared to wild monsters. I bet she just messed with their brains. She must have embedded a device for receiving command signals or something. I remember seeing a report on a similar case in the documentation we got from Van. I think it was about how Zect Arms modified monsters so they could use shard skills. That's right, I bought these pups from Zect Arms. They're trial-enhanced military monsters. You two, get in there. Teach those damn brats a lesson they won't soon forget. Right, we're on it. All she's got is 2 kids on her side. We've got monsters. Even the Sword Maiden is no match for these odds. That might be true, if these were actually just any kids. Hey, it's fine by me if they don't know what they're up against. Just means less effort on our end. At least this saves us time spent arguing. Let's take them down. Any idiot should be able to see by their weapons. They're pretty scary kiddos. I didn't think they'd be so strong. I mean, it makes sense for her, but those kids are a nightmare too. Well, that wasn't much of a fight. Now we just have to decide how to deal with. Come on, you nitwits! You remember what we planned, right? Right. Got it. What the? You're kidding. They're really gonna make a run for it after all that? I have heard that she's known for her speedy getaways. I guess it's true after all. Not that I intend to let her go, of course. Let's move. Right. Gotcha. How come it's just us that got caught? There's no way the boss could be that fast, right? Now we'd better see to catching that woman. Suppose I don't mind taking care of some old biddy. Leave this one to me. I guess those two idiots got themselves captured already. As long as there's still ground beneath my feet, there'll always be somewhere for me to run. I'll just find another region to hide in until things blow over. I know you really like talking to yourself, lady, but you might want to watch where you're going. What is this? The jig is up. Turn yourself in. Damn. Fine. How about this? I'll give your client back all his mira. In fact, I'll pay his fee for hiring you too. I'll even pay back every single mira of the 30,000 we took from you two. Good deal, huh? We could put this whole thing behind us. That doesn't sound too bad. But unfortunately for you, Spriggans aren't in the business of making friends with villains. Plus, I believe our client specifically asked us to give you what for. Swin, Nadia, and Elaine took Magisa and the two men they captured back above ground. Magisa was forced to pay back the 30,000 mira Swin had paid earlier. They then called up their client to help decide how best to deal with the captive counterfeiters. You guys are really something. I can't believe you even caught the ringleader. Sounds like she's pretty famous for this sort of thing. Should we turn her over to the police? You fool! Hand us over to the police and you'll be found guilty too. That's why I offered to return your mira in exchange for letting us go. If that's too hard for you to swallow, then you can forget about ever getting a single mira back from me. What an attitude. You don't feel even the slightest bit regretful, do you? Refunding his mira wouldn't be enough to absolve you of your crimes anyhow. I refuse to overlook what you've done. Well, the original request did ask us to rake the culprits over the coals. But given that our client's here at the moment, we should probably let him decide how to deal with them. How to deal with them, huh? Any suggestions? The guild could always turn them over to the police for you. We've been well aware of this woman's extensive criminal record for a while now. Getting her off the streets would be the most optimal solution. Plus, I'm fairly certain we could talk the police into bringing even more severe charges against her. You could do that? Actually, now that I get a good look at you, aren't you Elaine O'Clair? How's it feel to be famous, Blade Lady? The real issue is what comes after we turn them in. The guild is responsible for prioritizing the safety of civilians. It's our duty as bracers. Given that you are a victim of fraud, we should be able to push that angle to the police. Either way, we'll make sure they understand that you weren't at fault here, Ned, and that you needn't be interrogated. That being said, however, choosing to bring this to the police doesn't guarantee you'll get your money back. Especially considering none of the other victims have filed for damages. Exactly. But keep in mind that this option does mean they'll be punished to the full extent of the law. I see. Though, if you're not totally sold on taking them to the police, you do have another choice. Take them to the Trion Mall's security detail. Security detail? Now that you mention it, I do remember Vala's having some security guards on their payroll. Wait, does that mean their security firm is affiliated with the Marduk Company? That's right. Let's just say I've been doing a little research on them lately. See, Marduk regularly collects new data on criminals so that they could use it to improve their systems. So instead of turning them over to the police, the security team will probably just make use of them back at headquarters. Make use of us? What does that mean? I've heard rumors, but I didn't think Marduk would go that far. If we do go down that route, their security firm will probably compensate us for their negligence. But if you do give them over to Marduk, they'll be back on the streets once they're done with them. There's a high risk that they'll reoffend. I don't think I can personally recommend that option. Hey, we shouldn't be trying to influence his decision. So those are my options, as I have a few things to think over. To be honest, I'd be satisfied with either option. I'm struggling with which one to pick. Mind telling me what you think? You're asking me? Well, I think each approach has their pros and cons. Marduk. If it were me, I think I'd rather hand them over to Marduk. Although, it would mean putting profit over justice. I see. I made up my mind then. I don't feel great about it, but I'll go with your opinion. Even if the 5,000 mira was pocket change next to the real thing, it was still a lot of money for me. I'd be in much better shape if I could get it back. Yes, yes! Let the greed flow through you. Fucking Star Wars reference. I guess it's decided then. Huh, Marduk, huh? I'm not too familiar with them. Anything's better than the cops, though. Thanks for going easy on us, kiddo. Might change your tune once you see what they have in store for you. Yeah, Marduk's got all sorts of experimental tech. He might even use some of it to probe your brains. I'm sure whatever data they get out of you will be useful for a good long time. You're joking. You would have been better off with the cops. Now, don't go getting yourself all bent out of shape over it. She's all talk. I don't think Marduk would go that far. With the criminals in tow, the three headed to the Valis Investment Bank at the Trion Mall. Using the video footage Elaine had taken on her Zifa, they explained the counterfeit T-phone situation. A security guard with the Marduk company listened to the entire account. Very well, I understand the situation. While we are primarily with bank security, we cannot let crimes committed in the mall go unpunished. And you are correct about the Marduk company currently gathering data on criminal activity. Please accept this 5,000 mira to compensate you for your losses. In fact, allow us to pay you an additional 2,000 mira for your cooperation. Wow, that much? Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, we'll handle them from here. I'll make sure they're processed accordingly. What do you mean, processed? What's gonna happen to us? Hey, treat your elders with respect, young man. Touch me and you'll get what's coming to you. The group watched on as Megisa and her accomplices were hauled off. Having left the trio in Marduk's capable hands, the case finally came to a close. Phew, I'm glad that's over. Thank you all so much. Never would have thought to turn them into Marduk's security team. I'm just glad it all went exactly like Nadia thought it would. Even I was impressed at your ability to think up something so unconventional. I wasn't expecting to get a compliment from Blade Lady. Just be careful not to get swindled next time. Kinda come across as an easy mark. Right. I guess I'll try to be more careful. After seeing Ned off, Swin, Nadia, and Elaine decided to get back to investigating the Orbital Network interference. That's all it took to get the max? Sweet. Take it. True neutral. Now I could take the rest of the ones whichever way I feel like. The Carnelia gem. Strength, defense, arts, defense, speed plus 20, evasion, arts evasion plus 20%. Prevents ailments 100%. Ooh. magical gem that heralds the breaking of a new day for the world. Okay, run to the bathroom, be right back, and then we will continue the main quest. I also grabbed a drink. Nice. Before we go there, let's go to Stanley's factory, and I believe we can make a few of the accessories. Collecting.
お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。お伺いしましょう。
Evasion plus 20 is a key stat on this. And it's a pretty frickin' big one, too. Alright.
Ma, こんなものだろう。
3 points away. Fortunate. I think we'll be locked in once we go there, so same day, 1:17 p.m. Edith, Blacklight District. The Blacklight District. It's been a couple of years since we last came here. Oh yeah, I remember Van leading us through the back way. This is our first time strolling in loud and proud like this. They must be talking about when Van rescued them from their pursuers. I had a feeling you might be familiar with the area. Yeah, the 13th district operates outside the law, so you won't find it on any maps. Just think of all the ways you could take advantage of that. Let's not say things that can come back to bite us. I'm aware, of course, that the two of you are capable of taking care of yourselves. But nevertheless, try to avoid poking your noses where they don't belong. We hear you. Yep, loud and clear. Wouldn't want to stir up any trouble. By the way, the coordinates point to the perp being on the other side of that gate. I see. That must be the entrance to the condemned sector. Can we just walk right in? I don't see why not. It doesn't appear to be sealed off. Let's head through as soon as we're ready.
Oh, 裏ルートの品も含めていろいろと手に入れられるみたいよ。ぼったくりに気をつける必要があるけど、あなたたちなら大丈夫でしょう。何をお望み？またいらっしゃいね。
ほっほどれも値打ち物ばかりじゃぞ。
We're only about 5 ingot wallets? Come ask me. Well, if it isn't the substitute Spriggans I've been hearing about. I see you've joined up with the Sword Maiden as well. Almost makes me think something interesting's going on. I haven't joined up with them per se. Not that I need to explain that to you any further. However, if you have information for us, I might be persuaded to do so. My, such a tough young lady. Fortunately, I don't believe I have anything that could prove useful to you. The Blacklight District's a big place, you know? There's a lot I don't hear. I see. I get the feeling he's telling the truth. But it seems he's aware we're investigating issues with the Orbital Net. Did he say something that gave us away? Maybe he's just good at reading people. Things have gotten much calmer around here with Almada gone. That being said, all the riffraff they kept in line have started stirring up trouble again. With all these rumors of a legacy, it's hard to tell who's responsible for what. Either way, I don't know much about the current happenings. Counterfeit paintings.
ようこそおいでくださいました。
You not. %, evasion, that's not bad, per se. Right defense, arts defense. That seems like it should go on van for sure. Where did I put the Twilight Jewel? Nadia. Wait a minute. I just realized we might have access to that treasure chest now. Really? Alright. Guess we're going to the condemned sector. The condemned sector is just past this gate. Should we go in? Same day, 1:34 p.m. Blacklight District, condemned sector. So this is the condemned sector, huh? It's built a lot like the Blacklight District, but the vibe is totally different. That's because the Blacklight District is filled with people making a living for themselves, even if it isn't above board. This place, on the other hand, is far removed from the everyday hustle and bustle. That alone provides ample reason for unsavory characters to make use of it. It's full of monsters, too. No sane person would want to step foot in here. Either way, we won't have to stick around for long. Yeah, the perp's coordinates are right down that way. Now let's wrap this up. Me and Su-chan have a date to get back to. They just straight up died. Take it.
衆だらけで全然人がいないね。
王国ではゴロツキや半グレくらいいそうなものだけど。
不穏な気配を感じるな。一応気をつけて進もう。
敵がたくさん。面倒そう。これがなあちゃんの実力なのだ。
容赦はしない。ざっとこんなもんだ。
Whoa.
正気。
Oh.
このまま攻めるわよ。
そこだ。食らえ。続け、ナディア。
見つけた。
イエーイ、やったね。
いい感じね、ナディアさん。
Looks like this device controls that barrier, but we'll need a key card to get through. Let's look around and see if we can find one. It's the key card. You should be able to get through that barrier now. Obtain Condemned Sector key card number 1. Pretty far in now. Some of those monsters were a pain, but they didn't give us too rough a time. Props to you on that, Blade Lady. Hard not to feel safe with an A-rank racer on your side. Plus, it gives me a free pass to take it easy. So you say, but I can tell you aren't pulling your punches in combat. As much as you pretend you're slacking off, in truth you're carefully studying the enemy's actions. You then use your findings to strike at their weaknesses and support your comrades with minimal effort and maximal precision. I doubt things would have gone half as smoothly as if I came down here myself. Huh. Guess you didn't earn your fancy title off looks alone. Your eyes are as sharp as your blade. Friendly warning though. Lay off a bit on the flattery. Otherwise Nadia might slack off for real next time. Aw, why you gotta out me like that, Su-chan? Still, she makes a good point. Fighting alongside you is definitely reassuring. You and Van overlap a little in that way. Reminds me of someone else I know too, even if your fighting styles are nothing alike. Not quite sure how to feel about being equated with Van. As for this someone else, are you referring to your former employer? Are you kidding? Who could relax around that guy? Even his allies couldn't tell what he was thinking. Still, as long as we followed his orders, we'd come out on top before we knew it. The one Su-chan was talking about is my big brother. They used to be partners before I came along. Oh, I wasn't aware. This must have been during their time as assassins. May I ask where your brother is now? Nowhere. He died way back. But you know, I didn't realize he made you feel that way, Su-chan. I never got to fight alongside him, so it's too late for me to find out what it's like. My apologies. It was tactless of me to pry. No, it's fine. The past is the past, right? Nadia. What matters now is that I have Su-chan and Su-chan has me. So, no need to worry, honest. Besides, we wound up adding another member to our found family too. He's right. The old us would never believe it, but we've come a long way. Sure have. That's why I'm gonna dig deep and do it for her. For her. I wonder if this relates to whatever it is they're searching for. Sorry, I know you've got questions, but we'd rather keep a tight lid on things for now. You're under no obligation to tell me. Still, it's for a fact that we're working as a team at the moment. So please, let me know if there's anything I can do. And I don't just mean that as a bracer. We appreciate that. Yay, another member of our Friends in High Places list. Thanks, Elaine. That's the first time she's called me by name. Suppose this means we've finally broken the ice. You're very welcome. Now, enough chit-chat. Shall we head further in? Sounds like a plan. You dig deep too, Su-chan. You can't just wait around for her to come back on her own. Right, especially not after how much Van's done to pave the way for us. You could bet I'll step up my game. Wouldn't want to disappoint my other little sister. Other little sister? Is that still how he thinks of me? And after everything we've been through, stick a dagger in my heart, why don't you? Nadia, we're leaving. Wait for me, Su-chan.
そういえばスーちゃん、最近また推理術が伸びたよね。もう伸びないで、ますます兄弟に見えちゃうから。
それの何が問題なんだ。
本当に微笑ましいコンビね。
敵の群れだ。気をつけろ。
撃破完了。お疲れさん。
強敵だな。注意するぞ。
敵のね。
慎重に仕掛けるぞ。
さあ次に行きましょう。
敵の群れだ。気をつけろ。ざっとこんなもんだ。
Access beyond this point is restricted to high-ranking management only. Looks like we can't get through with the keycard we have now. High-ranking management of what, though? What did this used to be?
このまま攻めるわよ。
みんなファイト。
遅い。捕らえた。行くぞ。いつでも行ける。
このまま攻めるわよ。
そこだ。食らえ。
Hey, what's that on the floor there? Looks a lot like that keycard from earlier. One of the monsters must have swallowed it. Let's take it with us. Obtain Condemned Sector keycard number 2.
俺が行く。
行くわよ。
Oh yeah, what's up? Perspective. What about this other doorway? Okay. The monsters just kind of eat everything, huh?
癒されるわね。
All right.
「座標の場所はここね。
うん、そのはずだよ。
待て、人の気配が。いや、おかしいな。
あっちに何かあるよ。これって
もしかして工学都市バーゼルの中央端末アウローラかしら。あの事件の際に爆破されたものの試作機の方は残っていると聞いたけど、資料で見た限りこんな色ではなかったわ。
黒い大型端末。
犯人の姿は見えないが、おそらくこいつが動力ネット障害を引き起こした元凶だろうな。
バーゼルの時はアウローラがネット上の莫大な演算リソースを利用することで、その副産物としてネット障害が発生したと聞いているわ。
エリュシオンの時もそんな感じだったかな。あっちはもっと大規模だったけど。
そうなると問題は演算リソースを活用して何をしようとしているのかだな。
ええ、けれどこの場でそこまで調べられるとは限らないわ。ひとまずこの黒いアウローラを停止させることを優先しましょう。お願いできるかしら。
うん、やってみるね。
危ない。なんなんだこいつら、気配がおかしい。
獣型の影、なんてまがまがしいオーラ。
この端末を守っているのか。
そんな理性があるようには見えないけどね。単に踏み込んできた人間を皆殺しにすることしか頭になさそう。
いずれにしても迎え撃つしかないわ。来るわよ。
しっかりやれよ。
お願い、スーちゃん。
正気。遅い。捉えた。
なんとか止められたけど。
こいつら思った以上に強い。それにこの感覚は。
ええ、これはまるで赤黒き魔装機。さすがにあそこまでじゃないけど、それでもかなりの脅威だったのは確かね。
うん、でもこれでようやく。
まだ終わってないぞ。
今度は3体も。
そ
けじゃないみたい。
嘘。
くそ、相変わらず気配がつかみきれない。にしてもこの状況は。
いつの間にか数も増えて。
さすがに持たないわね。私がなんとか道を切り開く。二人はその隙に。
そんなことしても俺たちもすぐ追いつかれるだろう。だが俺とあんた二人が残ったらナーディア一人くらいは。
スーちゃん、約束したよね。最後まで一緒だって。私スーちゃんと一緒なら、一緒だからこそ、どんな場所でもどんな辛いことがあっても笑っていられるんだよ。
ナーディア。
なあちゃんたちが奴らの注意を引けば、エレインさん一人ならその突破力で逃げられる可能性が高いんじゃないかな。
そんなことできるわけが。
行こう、スーちゃん。
ああ、最後まで一緒だ。
待ちなさい。そんなことって。
The group loses to an endless horde of monsters. February 27th, 1:30 p.m.
今のなんだ、急に頭が。
なあちゃんたち、これから廃棄区画に入ろうとしているんだよね。あれ、もう入ったような。さすがに気のせい？
ナーディア、それ。
あ、光ってる。なんで？
消えたな。
消えたね。わからん。
I don't understand.
私は一体。二人とも無事だったのね。よかった、本当に。
お、無事って？
何を言っているんだ。
そうね。私は何を言って。これは幻覚。まるで未来の記憶の断片のような。そういえば以前も。あの時はもっとぼんやりしていたけど、あれは実際に経験をってまさかね。けれど
とにかく早速廃棄区画に向かうか。
そうしよう。
Call for dependable backup.
待ってちょうだい。この先はどんな危険が待っているのかわからない。3人だけでは少し心もとないわね。応援を呼ぶわ。
The immovable Zin Vathek.
よう、お疲れさん。エレインから俺を頼ってくれたな。一体どれほどの案件なんだ？
不動の陣。
まさかの準 S 級。 さすがに過小戦力じゃない？
うまく説明はできないけど、今回は嫌な予感がするのですが、ジンさんがいれば安心でしょう。
あまり買いかぶられても困るんだが、とはいえ年長者として恥じない働きくらいはさせてもらうかね。
おお、クマみたいな巨体に似合わない身長さ。
スウィンにナディアだったか。二人ともよろしく頼む。共通の知り合いが何人もいるからな。お前らのこともそれなりに聞いてるぜ。
なんだか変な情報網に入れられたような気分だ。
説明が省けるのは助かるんだけどね。
状況はさっき通信で伝えた通りです。座標が示す排気区画の奥を目指し、そこでネット障害の犯人を捕捉します。
了解だ。しんがりは任せてもらおう。
おお、このメンズならなあちゃんはサボり放題。
お前な。
今度こそ。
Alright.
Ah, 癒されるわね。かかってきなさい。さあ、
Zin is outside of the party, so.
これがなあちゃんの実力なのだ。魔獣だらけで全然人がってなんだか初めて来た気がしないね。
言われてみれば確かに。ざっとこんなもんだ。畳みかけるぞ。
撃破完了。お疲れさん。
This ladder could serve as a good shortcut. It won't be easy to lower though, with all that rust caked on. Ah, phooey. Can't you just scrape it off or something? Let me take a look. Ha! Nice one, Z-Bear. You're way too good for A rank. I'm impressed you were able to hold back enough to avoid breaking it. It's nothing to make a fuss over. Now come on, let's keep moving. He's embarrassed. Kuma-san.
お前さんたちも気持ちがいい連携ぶりだな。だが油断はするなよ。いざという時は俺に任せてもらおう。
やはりジンさんを呼んで正解だったわね。
ヒューン、お宝お宝。
Oh, there's a... Come at me. There was a way to get that chest. But I think.
敵の群れだ。気をつけろ。
見つけた。
Ah, got it. Alright. This is where the coordinates lead. No perps around, but there is something over there. Black Aurora. I knew it. Must be a replica of the terminal that was destroyed in Basel. On that note, you almost sounded like you knew it was going to be here, Elaine. Not exactly. It was more of a gut instinct, for lack of a better word. Oh yeah? Perp is probably using this to muck up Edith's Orbital network. Get the feeling that isn't their real motive, though. Just one more thing to chew on. What do you say we start by shutting this thing down? Gladly. But before we get to that, we have a few fires to put out. Something about these guys. I feel like we've seen them before. They're uncanny as all hell. Now I get why you were put off about this. There may be reinforcements as well. We need to focus on taking them out one at a time. Got it. Wanna time my ass. Stay alert. More are on the way. We're boxed in. How are we supposed to beat this many? Don't let it get to you. They may be a threat, but as long as we keep our synergy up, we'll pull through. Follow my lead. Cool under pressure, it hits like a truck. That's what makes him S-rank material. Maybe we aren't goners after all. Wait, something's happening. There were people inside them? That's all kinds of freaky. So these are their true forms. Seems like they're still breathing at least. I recognize those men. Aren't they members of Desire? You mean that gang? So they're tied up in all this too. Why would they turn into monsters and attack us? I couldn't say, but it appears they're just as much the victims in this as we are.
あなたが今回の件の元凶かしら。
どう思ってくれたって構わないわ。どうせあなたたちはここで終わりなんだから。
なんだと？
ここには無限に近いリソースがあるからね。せいぜい絶望するといいわ。立ち上がりなさい、しもべたちよ。何度でも何度でも敵を一人残らず殺し尽くすまで。
復活した。
嘘。
こんなのありかよ。
ならばこれはどうだ。バカ、一瞬で。
まさか本当に。
何度でも蘇るの？
一斉に来る。とにかくしのぐわよ。
次から次へと拉致があかんな。
もうジリ貧だ。
また来るよ。ジンさん、こちらは私たちで何とかしますから。その間に退路の確保を。
この陣形を崩すのは命取りだが、もはやそれしか選択肢はないか。なんとか持ちこたえろよ。今の一撃はエレイン、坊主たち。
The group loses to an endless horde of monsters. Again. February 27th, 1:30 p.m.
何なんだこの記憶は。
なあちゃんたちはまた死んで、また？
どうやら2人も今度はある程度覚えているようね。
今度は何のことだ。
これが何なのか知っているの？
ええ、自分でも笑っちゃうくらいバカバカしくてありえない推測だけど、私たちはすでに2回死んだのよ。いや、この前の時を入れたら私は3回になるわね。
死んだって？え？あの光景が、あの記憶が本物だっていうのか？
一体どうしてそんなことが。
理屈はわからないけれど、原因は多分それでしょう。
あーちゃんから預けられたエプスタイン博士の遺産。
私も詳しいことまでは知らないけど、去年バンたちが解決してきたいくつかの大きな事件とも関わっていたそうよ。
確かにゲネシスはいろいろと不思議な現象を引き起こすとは聞いたが、いくらなんでも時間を巻き戻すってのはデタラメすぎじゃないか。
全くの同感だけど、そうとしか説明できないのもまた事実ね。
まあ仮にあの記憶が本物だとしても、実際に未来から時間が遡ったのか、それとも今のなあちゃんたちが未来の記憶を得ただけなのか、それを判断する手段はないけどね。
それにしてもこんな夢だか悪夢だかわからないようなことに遭遇するとはな。改めて頭が痛くなってきた。
とにかく廃棄区画の奥が危険だってことはこれではっきりしたわ。あなたたちはどうする？ここで降りても構わないわよ。むしろ私としてはその方がおすすめね。いくら裏解決や代行といっても若い子にあんな危険を冒させたくない。
そんなことを言われてももうここまで関わってしまったからな。今から降りて結局あんただけ死んだってなるのもさすがに後味が悪い。
それに私たちもなんとなくあの場所は気になっちゃうんだよね。だからなあちゃんたちも最後までエレインさんに付き合うよ。
そう、ありがとう2人とも。
でも対策はちゃんとしないとね。さすがにまた死ぬのはこりごりだよ。
あの現象が発生する条件がわからない以上、それを当てにするのも論外だしな。今度こそ死んだら終わりと思った方がいい。
対策ね。正直お手上げ感もあるけど、ジンさんを応援に呼んでもダメと言うなら 一体どうすれば。
はっきり覚えてるわけじゃないけど、相手は数が多い上に何度でも復活するんでしょ。だったらどれだけ増援を呼んでも無駄だよね。いくらなんでも反則だよ。
ええ、もう一度ジンさんに連絡を入れるとしても何か考えないと。
それにしてもあんなにバカでかい動力端末が前からあそこにあるとは考えにくい。可能性は低いだろうが、仮にもあの場所は国防外の一角だしな。国防外の人間なら何か知っているんじゃないか。
そうね、改めてこの辺りで聞き込みするとしましょうか。
なあちゃんも今はそれくらいしか思いつかないかな。
ここだと逆に私の方が交渉なんかはしづらいんだけど、まあやれるだけやってみましょうか。
Now we can finally explore the whole Blacklight District.
よし。うちで休んでいくかい。
Oh, look who it is. Oh, that's a pretty cool helmet. Rare to see people riding orbital bikes, but the white jacket makes her stand out for sure. Well, if it isn't Elaine, and these two are Swin and Nadia. They're standing in for Van as Spriggans. So, substitute Spriggans? Guess that means I should introduce myself. I'm Hermes. I do delivery work. And I'm on pretty good terms with Arkwright and his crew. I've had to cut back on some jobs because I've been so busy lately, but let me know if you need my help with anything. Right. I think Van mentioned you in some notes he left for us. We'll reach out if we ever need something. Hey, doesn't the helmet make it hard to see down here? Haha, my helmet's actually a high-tech piece of hardware. Low light's not an issue for me. So don't worry, I've got a good view of your pretty face. This lady's kinda hard to read. Probably because I can't see her face. I have friends down here, so I come by to drink on occasion. Anyway, it seems like you guys are busy at the moment. Still got a few things to finish up around here, but if you really need help, I wouldn't mind hearing you out. Just let me know, alright?
早く決めちまいな。またいつでも来な。
Huh? Well, this sure is a strange group. Have we met before, Blondie? Guess it doesn't really matter. We make it a rule not to ask questions in the Blacklight District. One moment.
アスラン選手にも熱い注目が集まっています。
イーリスレディオネットワーク。
続いてのリクエスト曲はこちらです。続いては交通情報です。
カルバード道路交通情報センターより交通情報をお伝えします。首都北部の道路では昨夜の降雪の影響でアイスバーンが発生しています。ご注意ください。バーゼル方面では機材搬入のため市内に入るトンネル前で二重セルジュの渋滞が発生しています。
ありがとうございました。続いてはこちらの曲です。ここでお天気の情報をお送りします。
はい、カルバード共和国各地のお天気をお伝えします。首都イーディスは晴れ、時々曇り、すっきりとしないお天気の一日となりそうです。明日は北部メッセルダム周辺で雪模様となりますが、午後にはお天気が回復する見込みです。
お天気情報でした。それではこちらをお聞きください。ニュースセンターより最新のニュースが入っています。
こんにちは。ハイレル通信がお送りするニューストピックです。 Z1 エキシビションレースで優勝したエトワスを追うミー・インゲルトが決勝を前にマシンの大幅な改造を予告しました。マクシム・ルーガン選手の新たなライバルとされる中東系のエースアスラン選手にも熱い注目が集まっています。
イーリスレディオネットワーク。
続いてのリクエスト曲はこちらです。続いては交通情報です。
カルバード道路交通情報センターより交通情報をお伝えします。首都北部の道路では昨夜の降雪の影響でアイスバーンが発生しています。ご注意ください。バーゼル方面では機材搬入のため市内に入るトンネル前で二重セルジュの渋滞が発生しています。
ありがとうございました。続いてはこちらの曲です。 気の情報をお送りします。
はい、ガルバード共和国各地のお天気をお伝えします。首都イーディスは晴れ時々曇り、すっきりとしないお天気の一日となりそうです。明日は北部メッセルダム周辺で雪模様となりますが、午後にはお天気が回復する見込みです。
お天気情報でした。それではこちらをお聞きください。ニュースセンターより最新のニュースが入っています。
こんにちは。タイレル通信がお送りするニューストピックです。 Z1 のエキシビションレースで優勝したエトワスを追うミー・インゲルトが決勝を前にマシンの大幅な改造を予告しました。マクシム・ルーガン選手の新たなライバルとされる中東系のエースアスラン選手にも熱い注目が集まっています。
続いてのリクエスト曲はこちらです。続いては交通情報です。
カルバード道路交通情報センターより交通情報をお伝えします。首都北部の道路では昨夜の降雪の影響でアイスバーンが発生しています。ご注意ください。バーゼル方面では機材搬入のため市内に入るトンネル前で20セルジュの渋滞が発生しています。
ありがとうございました。続いてはこちらの曲です。ここでお天気の情報をお送りします。
はい、ガルバード共和国各地のお天気をお伝えします。首都イーディスは晴れ時々曇り、すっきりとしないお天気の一日となりそうです。明日は北部メッセルダム周辺で雪模様となりますが、午後にはお天気が回復する見込みです。
お天気情報でした。それではこちらをお聞きください。ニュースセンターより最新のニュースが入っています。
こんにちは。タイレル通信がお送りするニューストピックです。 Z1 のエキシビションレースで優勝したエトワスを追うミー・インゲルトが決勝を前にマシンの大幅な改造を予告しました。マクシム・ルーガン選手の新たなライバルとされる中東系のエースアスラン選手にも熱い注目が集まっています。
続いてのリクエスト曲はこちらです。
Alright, sorry about that. Let's get back to exploring. So make sure the underage keep it non-alcoholic, yeah? And don't go trying anything with my Yota. Good little kiddo there. Super overprotective. He's a cute kid.
お宝お宝。アクセス成功。開始する。
1 minute, huh?
サーチ展開。サーチ展開。
Oh, is it?
コードを分析。セキュリティの除去。
Okay. Oh, no, checkpoint.
サーチ展開。
Oh.
サーチしまった。
Ah.
再試行する。サーチ展開。タイムモード解析中。セキュリティ除去。
Okay. Even with that little setback. Cool. Shard tokens. What about those?
ここなら釣れそうだね。
Oh, this lady.
いい本揃ってますよ。
And those guys.
さっきからあっちが騒がしいね。闘技場だっけ？
ええ、時々裏の大会が開かれているそうだけど。
調べ物とは関係なさそうだが、ちょっと気になるな。
I'm a little curious. Dig it. My oh my. For a case as serious as this, the price comes out to 1 million Mira a head. What? Are you trying to bankrupt us? We're not in this business to lose money. Be reasonable here. You can complain until the cows come home. My prices aren't budging a single digit. On the other hand, if you don't mind having a new procedure tested on you, I could do it free of charge. How about it? Free, you say? What kind of procedure are we talking? The details are classified, but it's a revolutionary technique that employs a novel, unapproved drug. A few guinea pigs are just what I need. Oh, an anesthetic will cost you extra. She's a monster. No, a devil. Show a little pity, lady. You're not the only one who needs to turn a profit. Take all the time you need to make a decision. Just don't blame me if you're called home to heaven before then. What pit and Gehenna did she crawl out of? Hey, Elaine, you busy with work today? Just a little. But how have you been lately? I keep getting these sudden influxes of patients. It's been pretty hectic, honestly. And I'm even refusing patients with no Mira. Well, unless they let me experiment on them, of course. So she's a dangerous kind of back alley doctor. I see. Well, at least she's upfront about it. And anyway, I've actually heard she's pretty good at what she does. You know, the Blacklight District was actually born right after the revolution happened. I guess they needed a place to hide away all the chaos. Well, in spite of all the sketchy dealings down here, I'll have you know I'm always fair. You can trust me to treat you as long as you have Mira. Doesn't matter if it's a head cold or a bad case of rigor mortis. So keep me in mind if you ever need anything, alright? It's pretty scary. some real characters
どうし
down.
ましょうか。
And I love every bit of it.
ぜひまた来てくださいね。
My boyfriend hasn't stopped by to see me lately. It's been over a week already. I wonder what he's doing. Oh, Van. Huh? Did she say Van? Has he already forgotten me? Well, one of my romance novels did mention men needing their alone time. Is that so? Oh, this is what they call a crush, right? Yeah, it sounds like it's more of a one-sided thing. Whatever it is, it's probably best we don't get involved. First time I met Van was 2.5 years ago. He helped me escape from the police. His hands were so strong, and that sturdy body of his. Oh, I wish he'd come back already. Sounds like she was one of his former clients. Actually, I feel like he's mentioned her before. If I'm remembering correctly, she has a habit of falling in love too quickly, and then stabbing the object of her affections. Oh? Guess she does have a bit of a sinister aura. Perhaps we're kindred spirits? Please don't make things weird. Amada was the Republic's biggest mafia group. It said they had subcontractors and subsidiaries all over the country. They got wiped out and all, but as you can see, their leftovers have decided to start gathering in Blacklight. All they seem to care about is betting and fighting. It's like they can't get enough of it. Honestly, I don't care what they do, as long as they don't go rampaging on my bar, because I'd kill them if they did. How is it, Mr. President? Our take-home luxury course is the creme de la creme, if I do say so. You sure know your stuff, fella. There's nothing quite like having a honey in each arm. Boy, though, these two were so ravenous, I was afraid I'd get sucked dry to the bone. Ah, come off it, Mr. President. That floaty afterglow is one of your favorite parts. You got me there. This guy's been one of our more frequent customers ever since I invited him. And to think he's some kind of president. Anyway, I let him enjoy the special course today. Don't think I've ever seen anyone so satisfied before.
この先はあなたたちにはまだ早いわね。
うんうん、スーちゃんはむしろ一生行かなくていいから。
なんでそんなに必死なんだよ。
Welcome, youngsters. What brings you here? Away, foul temptress! You're not getting your claws in my sous-chef. There's no need to worry. I don't find underage boys very appetizing. But once you're both of age, what do you say to stopping by for a little visit? I'll teach you to capture him heart and soul. We could start from the basics. Whoa, did you teach me right now? She's too easy to pull in. Can you please not tease the children? Services we provide here are a bit too provocative for underage eyes. You're more than welcome to come back when you're an adult, though. I could introduce you to our couples course. Couples? That sounds so romantic. We're just throwing caution to the wind, huh?
いけない子ね。また来なさいね。
So easy. You know, I'm feeling pretty good today. Hear that? The arena's got a crowd today, and that means we're gonna get a crowd too. Arena days are always our busiest, but I've got a feeling today I'll have us breaking records. Maybe I should go see what all the buzz is about.
嘘だろ。どうした。もう終わりか。
ここには近づかない方が良くない？
I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. Can't wait to meet Walter, though. Hi.
そうだな。嫌な予感がする。
さっきの声は。
Courser number 8, Walter Kron, the Direwolf.
いいからさっさと吐けや。だから知らないんだ。はあ？てめえが言ったんだろうが、この国防外のことなら何でも知ってる。そのガラクタに勝ったら教えてくれるってよ。何でも知ってるってのは言い過ぎたが、本当にそんな男の情報は知らない。だからここへは来ていないんじゃないかと思います。はい。ルート的にはこっちに繋がったはずなんだが、だったらあれだ、黒いデカブツ。心で黒くてバカでかい端末みてえなもんを見かけなかったか。それも知らりません。マジで使えねえな、おい。ならやっぱこのミラは没収だな。それは約束が違うような。こっちも同じ条件でかけたんだ。文句はねえな。はい、どうぞ持って行ってください。さてと、そんじゃあこいつにここまでの稼ぎを足して、俺も同じように相手を募ってみるとすっか。誰でもいい。俺と戦って勝ったやつにここにあるミラを全部くれてやる。だが代わりに俺が勝ったら俺の知りたいことを教えてもらう。何人同時にかかってきてもいいぜ。むしろその方が燃えるしな。さあさあ、誰かいねえのか。
だったら私たちがその話に乗るわ。
おいおい、本当にやるのか。
あのおじさんって確か結社の執行者だよね。やばくない？
誰かと思ったら剣の乙女とはな。 へえ、この俺とやんのか。
正直私一人だったらかなり厳しい戦いになるでしょう。けれどこの二人も一緒なら確実にあなたから一本取ることができる。
超絶してるよ。
この人も意外と血の気が多いというか大胆というか。
言ってくれるじゃねえか小娘。そこそこやりそうなガキどもだが、猫の手でも借りるつもりかよ。
こっちも舐められたもんだな。別に構わないが。
面倒事は少ない方がいいしね。
どうなるかは戦ってみればわかることよ。
だったら試させてもらうぜ。退屈させんじゃねえぞ。ままごとじゃねえって証明してみな。
Win without anyone getting KO'd. It would be kind of tough for him to KO any of my party. I mean, I am on nightmare difficulty, so it's not like completely out there, but...
このまま攻めるわよ。
There's a lot of HP though.
行くぞ。
このまま攻めるわよ。
ほらほら、どうした。
このまま攻めるわよ。
ほらほら、どうした。
やるしかない。
足りねえな。
続けナディア。このまま押すぞ。
このまま攻めるわよ。
支援する。それそれそれ。ワンダフルスコッチ。エレインさん任せたよ。
このまま押すぞ。
みんなファイト。
頼む。
決めるわ。カレンド
へえ、やるね。はっせい。
見つかわ。
正気。
みんなファイト。
いいぜ、もっとだ。
やるしかない。
いいぜ、合格だ。
Earn 4 SP. Looks like the victory is ours. Heh, not too shabby. Those kids, they used to run with the gardens, yeah? The professor mentioned him a while back. Said he made a fascinating discovery over in Crossbow. You, Not that slimy old brainiac. Let's take this elsewhere, shall we? It's time for you to honor your end of the bargain. He bounced back in no time flat. Some people transform into monsters. This guy just already is one. So the fact you dragged me out here can only mean one thing. You're looking to grill me for info, am I right? That's exactly right. Wait, we are? What about the prize money? What about it? A good piece of intel is worth just as much as that chump change. Not in my universe, it isn't. Just drop it, will you? Naturally, it isn't Mira we're after, but information, as you said. You know something about the Black Aurora, don't you? Huh. So you saw it, eh? Where at? We're the ones asking the questions here. Fine, fine. You want answers? I'll give them. Yeesh. You already know this, but that thing was based on the central terminal they used to have in Basel. One of its designers, David Callahan, was in cahoots with Armada. But I bet that's old news to you too, huh? Yes, he was using it to develop nuclear weaponry during last year's incident. That's right. Now, don't ask me about the where or how, because your guess is as good as mine. But after the Mafia went under, our society's professor managed to salvage their database. Guess what he found inside? The design docs for the Aurora. It tickled his fancy, so he built a new one in his spare time and colored it black. Novartis. I was hoping we'd heard the last of him. Can't he ever keep his wrinkly nose in his own business? Anyhow, the professor lost interest after he finished making the thing. After that, some guy swiped it away from us, and now I'm out here chasing him down. Wait, you're brushing over that as if it's nothing. How did he steal something developed by the Society? Dig all you want, that's all the dirt you're getting from me. I gave you my wager's worth. Any more and it won't be an even trade. Wow, you're pretty tight-lipped for someone so fast and loose. Heh, right to my face, huh? You got moxie, kid. I respect that. At any rate, now we know how this Black Aurora came to be. Though, from what you've told us, it sounds like the Society isn't too invested in it. We've got enough going on as it is. You can make of that what you want. More backstory is nice and all, but it doesn't really help us draft out a game plan. Yeah, even the immovable wasn't enough to turn the tables. There has to be another way. Back up. That last bit got my attention. Huh? You mean the part about Zin? The bastard didn't pull through for you, eh? Heh, you hate to see it. What did she call him? Kuma-chan or something? Are he and Z-Bear beefing or something? That's putting it mildly. They have quite a lot of history. Also, Z-Bear, really? Alright, lead the way. What? Where? Ain't it obvious? Wherever the hell that giant supercomputer is. Dealing with that hunk of junk's the whole reason I'm here anyway. Besides, I could give you a better leg up than Zin ever could. That's easy enough to say. Yeah, this isn't a picnic we're going on. You still flapping your gums? I gave you your damn answers, didn't I? Just shut your yaps and lead the way. Then you can sit back and watch me mop up. Very well. Having you with us may actually make all the difference. Glad you see it my way. Are we sure about this? Shouldn't we call Zin just in case? Not to worry, I have a plan. Hey, cut the chatter and get to stepping already. Somehow, I'm not totally convinced. If things go south, we can always use him as a decoy and make a run for it. Maybe wait till I'm out of earshot, kid. Does it matter? You're the one who wants us to just sit back and watch, remember? Touché. Guess I'd better make a show of it then. Fingers crossed this works out. Condemned sector depths. has been added to the travel. I wonder, I've got the direwolf with me. Do people have new dialogue? Just out of curiosity. I don't know if I checked that last time. Nah. That's unfortunate. I wonder if it's just people don't know who he is. Well, no, that's impossible. This is a frickin' blacklight district. I just want to recover my CP before I go. Is he the same level as... I can't see what level he is, but he seems to be on the same strength level. Ah, close enough. You know what? I haven't used this for a while.
へえ、こんなところにあったのか。
やはりか。
うん、記憶の断片と一致してるね。
で、どんなお楽しみが起こるってんだ。
Right now.
待たずに済んでよかったわね。来るわ。
いいね。
Oh, oh.
行くぞ。
どうしたどうした。まさかこれで終わりじゃねえよな。
いいえ、むしろここからよ。
予想外のやつまで現れたわね。そもそもここを探知されたのも意外だったけど。
またあの声か。
あっちには時間が巻き戻った記憶はないみたいだけど、まあどうでもいいことだわ。どうせあなたたちはここで終わりだから。立ち上がりなさい、しもべたちよ。何度でも何度でも敵を一人残らず殺し尽くすまで。
やはり今回も同じ。
なるほど、そういうことか。
何か分かったのか。
まあ見てろ。くらえ。
だから無駄だって。
化け物の変身が解けた状態から。
まるで容赦がない。
あれはもう全身粉砕骨折じゃない？どうしたの？立ち上がりなさい。
How's he supposed to do that with broken bones?
そんな。
真の野郎はアマちゃんだからな。どうせ壊し方が中途半端だったんだろう。拳ってのはこうやって使うんだよ。
でもあの人たち大丈夫かしら。
安心しろ、殺しちゃいねえ。当分は病院から出られねえだろうがな。
この男は人の心というものがないわね。
おいおい、意識のないこいつらを化け物にして操ってんのはそっちだろ。俺はこいつらを解放してやってんだ。むしろ感謝されるべきだろうが。
He's not wrong.
うわあ、悪党オーラがすごい。
だが確実に数を減らしている。
もう許さない。徹底的に潰してあげる。
そこだ。 どうしたバルタ、背中がガラ空きだったぜ。来やがったか。
ジンさん、間に合ったんですね。
小娘だ、やっぱ連絡してやがったか。予想通りとはいえてめえが来る前に片付けるはずだったんだがな。お前一人には荷が重かったってことだろう。この減らず口がやっぱてめえから潰すか。ま、こいつを片付けたらいくらでも相手をしてやるさ。
Hollow Giant, Demi Grendel, Goro.
この巨体、他の奴らとはわけが違うな。
全員でかからないと。
上等だ。俺が仕留めてやる。若い者たちの前で無様は見せられんな。
ここが踏ん張りどころ。全力で挑みましょう。このまま攻めるわよ。
ここだ。吹き取れ。
行くぞ。
They're half of them.
このまま攻めるわよ。
すごく効く圧があるよ。
そこだ。
Did some damage.
なんとか倒せたわね。だけど
ああ、まだ復活する可能性がある。ナーディア、解析は済んだか？
うん、スーちゃんの読み通りだったかな。とりあえず化け物たちの状態には黒いアウローラが関わっているみたい。まずはあれを破壊しなきゃ。
バルタ、反対側は任せた。指図すんじゃねえ。てめえこそ俺の呼吸に合わせろ。
すごい破壊力。
ああ、なんだかんだで息を合わせられるのもさすがだな。とにかくこれでようやく。
ええ、なんとか乗り越えたわね。
ありえないありえないありえない。あの目障りな青黒いグレンデルとホローの気配がしない今がチャンスだったのに。本当に信じられない。野蛮にも程があるわ。
あなたはこの前も現れた。
赤い妖精？バンから聞きはしていたが。
うん、ちゃんと見るのは初めてだけど。
あの謎の声の主か。へえ。
発願もいるみたいだし、改めて自己紹介でもさせてもらおうかしら。私は赤のアルテラ、グレンデル・ゾルガの専用フォローよ。
Carmine Altera.
私をここまで手こずらせたご褒美みたいなものよ。せいぜい今のうちにこの優雅な姿を目に焼き付けておくことね。
グレンデル・ゾルガ、噂の赤黒い魔装機とやらか。
その専用フォローってことは彼女メアと同じような。
私の前でその鬱陶しい名前を出さないでちょうだい。耳が汚れるわ。それにしてもデータは回収できたからいいものの、せっかく整えたデミグレンデルの量産体制が全部台無しじゃない。
デミグレンデル。
差し詰め、あの影の化け物たちのことか。
ええ、彼らはグレンデルのなり損ない。本物とは比べるべくもないけど、造標としてはそこそこ使えるわ。せっかく苦労して準備してきたのに、よくもシステムを壊してくれたわね。
あのデカブツをそんなことに使ってやがったのか。
正確には黒いアウローラを足場に首都全域の動力ネットから演算力を借りたわけだけど、ここまでの仕事はあの鬱陶しいフォローにも難しいはずよ。私がいかに有能でエレガントな存在なのかが理解できたかしら。
その力、一体どこで手に入れた？
スウィン君。
はあ、どこでも何も私自身の。それは違う。なあちゃんがよく知るあの子から力を奪ったんでしょ。
もしかしてあなたたちの言うあの子って。
なるほど、なんとなくつながってきたな。確かバベル事件とその解決に関わった中心人物だったか。
そういや博士から聞いたな。
揃いも揃って情報通だな。説明が省けて助かるが。だが彼女は今昏睡状態にあるんだ。
どうやら あの子にとって大切な何かが盗まれたみたいで、ある日突然ただの冷たい人形みたいに。
で、その人形から私が力を抜き取ったって？くだらない。
根拠ならちゃんとあるよ。だってあなたが利用した演算ソースにはエリュシオンコードが含まれていたから。
エリュシオン。
さっきの化け物との戦闘中にナーリアが解析してくれていたんだ。エリュシオンのシステム本体は最終的に跡形もなく消滅したが、それを構成するために使われた言語でもあるエリュシオンコードだけは残されていた。ただし動力ネット上には存在しないあの子だけが扱うことのできる特別なコードだ。
うん、それを利用した以上奪った犯人は
私は赤のアルテラ、華麗で気高い専用フォローよ。誰が何と言おうとこの力は私のオリジナルなんだから。
これって
関係ないはずがない。だが
ああ、もうあなたたちと話してるとなんだか無性にイライラするわ。もう知らない。
待って
ナーディア。
あれは
グレンデル・ゾルが。
こいつは面白い。
邪魔をするな。彼女にはまだ聞きたいことが。
クソ。スウィン君、ナディアさん。
逃げやがったか。こっちも聞きたいことがあったんだが、まあいい。とにかく手を貸すのはここまでだ。会うわよ。
やれやれ。まさかあいつの世話になっちまうとはな。
すみません、結社の人間に力を借りることになってしまって。
ま、終わりよければってな。確かに俺一人じゃ厳しかったかもしれん。それにしても赤黒い魔装機か。尋常じゃない機器をまとってやがったな。
首都のネット障害の原因は取り除いたし、敵の狙いも一応止めることができました。これで依頼は完了なんだけど。
そうだな。4SPG は達成したし、裏解決や代行としてうまくやれてるんじゃないか。
だね。なあちゃんとしては頑張って働いたと思う。それにようやく探し物の手がかりもつかめたしね。
ああ、こうなったら前に進むだけだろ。
うん、一緒に頑張ろう、スーち
ゃん。なんとも頼もしいコンビだな。
ええ、二人とも本当にお疲れ様。
$6,000 Mira has been placed in your account as a reward for completing the Disruption in the Orbital Net 4SPG request. Act 1B, Substitute Spriggans, End. I guess there was no day 2. I feel like I want to do Act 2B first this time because it's Act 2A is like serious. Serious shit goes down. Let's just put it that way.
まあ、こんなものだろう。
Got quite the ending.
ランクアップだな。
報酬ゲット。
はっ、完璧じゃねえか。
まあ、喜ぶほどのもんじゃないさ。
Girl from Paradise has been added to the archive.
楽園の少女。
Aha.
楽園へようこそ。
ここは楽園。少女と同い年くらいの子供が何人もいる。他の子たちはみんなお仕事がある中で、少女にだけは仕事が来なかった。
いいことを教えてあげる。はい、喜んでって言うのよ。
ごめんなさいって言うとますますぶたれちゃうから。
子供たちが仕事のコツを少女に教える。でも少女には必要のないものだった。
今心配することじゃない。今いつも幸せだから。
君は僕たちのお姫様。大事な大事な人だから。
私たちが守ってあげる。だから何も見なくていいんだよ。
いつの間にか子供たちが一人また一人と姿が見えなくなった。ついに最後まで一緒にいた子も消えて、少女に初めての仕事が来た。
お客様のご指名だ。いつものようにやってみなさい。
いつものようにじゃない。
私じゃない。私じゃない。それは私じゃないんだ。
少女は命の水を飲まされた。他の子たちがよく飲まされていたものだ。
何もかもがわからなくなる。
今日はどれをやるのかな。可憐なお人形さんかい、それともクールな男の子かな。さあおいで兄ちゃん。
はい、喜んで。
少女はいつものようにそう答えた。ここは楽園。
みんないなくなっちゃった。
Such a time I hear it, that story just makes my skin crawl. We're at 9 hours, so I think I'm going to end this stream here and start a new one. And we'll see how long I go. I don't know. But since we're starting from a new chapter, this is a good place to start, I think. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll end the stream here, and then we'll start a new one. Thanks for watching up till now. See you in a few minutes. Goodbye for now.